shirt collar.
Show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. Like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. It's a fun night. You got me on tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I
know. One of the worst openings we've ever done.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, definitely not the worst.
No, I would say one of the worst. What would it be when I made the whole tentacle comment or something like that coming back?
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, well.
Now it's the worst one.
I could rehash that. So, hey guys! Welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons! Woo! Yes, validate me. That's what I'm here for. So, hey guys. So last week, we got together for Chapter 77, wherein you guys wrapped up a arduous fight with a Shade of Cavail that actually went surprisingly well, considering. And Calum surprised you all with the knowledge that, hey, he can teleport to certain places and such. So you guys did that, returning to one of the two places he's aware of, which is the Valley of the Fates, where his daddy lives. So that's where you guys are at now. It is the afternoon of the 39th day of the first seed, and you guys were prepping for your day, anticipating that you guys will be probably heading to a blessed spring of some kind.
Spa day! Again.
Woo! Spa day! It's like the best thing ever!
A spaghetti day?
Yeah.
Yes. That is exactly what it is.
Perfect.
So, who knows the way to the fountain of magic? Caleb?
I do.
Oh.
I'll lead you there. So, we'll head that direction to the... I think it's actually a spring.
Hmm?
But yeah, I'll head that direction.
Okay.
Make sure
you
we
guys
don't get lost.
Pack up your shit and head eastward from the old palace, heading towards the enchanted springs that lie on the eastern end of the Valley of the Fates. Let's see here. Yandre, would you mind rolling me straight wisdom?
Straight wisdom. Ew.
Gay wisdom.
It's the best wisdom.
It's a 19.
Okay. You are somewhat surprised that as you guys start reaching the outskirts of this spring, you see what actually looks like a fracture in the rock, around which a number of prismatic and iridescent crystals are kind of growing and stretching out, kind of like lichen, on a tree or stone. And pouring out of it is this clear, almost kind of shining water that pours out in a very small waterfall and begins to trickle down different steps and plateaus, making quite pleasant sounds as it comes off, with these kinds of little bit of fog that starts to kind of roll off from the warmer ambient temperature compared to the much colder water that seems to be running free. But despite that, what catches your attention is a small collection of fungus and other plants that seem to go around the area, that, as far as you are aware, are not native to the Prime, but rather native to Autumn.
Caleb?
Yes, Yandere?
Do you know where you acquired that particular flora? And Yandere will point out to the items that caught his attention.
Does Caleb know anything about that particular plant?
You can roll a nature if you like.
I will most definitely like to roll a nature. I have to reload my character because it.
You shat the bed. I know what you mean.
All right, so nature, correct?
Yep.
Natural one for a 9.
It's crabgrass.
You know nothing. All you know is that it seems to grow here. As far as you've been able to figure, it probably... There are rumors that this spring comes as like a crack in the plains, from another plane. So you assume it just comes from whatever place the water comes from.
I know this area in particular is very cracked and it touches other planes.
Cracked?
Gotta know what that
Like an
is.
egg?
More like there is little streams coming in from other planes
Like a rift.
into this area. Something like that. And this could easily have come in with one of the many things that make its way into this area. But I honestly do not know where this plant.
Well, it looks to be from the Prime. Well, not the Prime. I apologize. I'm getting used to being here. The Feywild.
But yeah, you could definitely talk to my father to see if he knows where it came from or how it got here. And he'll be able to tell you more since he's the one who manages this area.
Yandere, do you recognize that?
I've seen it a few times. Usually don't do too much with plants, but it is nice to see something from home.
What happens when you eat it?
I don't know. I don't particularly eat that part of flora. There are wildlife and game out in the Feywild, so I haven't tried eating it. I wouldn't recommend doing it, though.
What if it's an unknown delicacy?
Well, then it should remain unknown until it's figured out.
Sure.
Last thing I want you to deal with is dealing with some type of Feywild sickness that you can't heal yourself from. You're already cursed.
Twice.
Correct. And if I'm not mistaken, I appear to be afflicted with this curse as well.
Yeah, I won't be able to make it to the beef jerky stage. That's a good thing.
Beef jerky stage?
Yeah.
What is beef jerky?
Is all care to take this one?
I use minor illusion to have a picture of Volred, just gross, all kinds of wrinkly and discolored.
Who is that completely distorted man?
Sorry, I slapped my hand. Come on, fix it. The reception's not very good because I suck. I hold it up to Volred. I can only make it so big.
Is this another one of your siblings?
No, this is what Volred looked like
His
for a little.
his name is Jim.
This is what you look like?
That is what I looked like when the curse took a stronghold on my body.
Ah, so it does run in the family.
What?
Salusa looked like a hag before you cured the curse, and it looked like you were... What is the nice way to put this? Ugly.
I mean, to be fair, I always thought Salusa looked like a hag as I kind of just look over at her and give a nice little friendly wink.
So Lucia's just kind of sitting there in her heavily disheveled clothing. And so looking at you going, yes, well, at least I had an excuse.
I had an excuse too.
Really?
I think she means to say that you were ugly before the curse.
Rude. Okay, where's the spring?
It's just right before you.
Right here.
It's blinded by rage.
Come on now, everybody get in. It'll feel good, I promise.
You see Yadre start to walk towards the spring with all of his stuff on.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You
What?
don't want to get all of your stuff wet, do you?
Well, he just said get in.
I start taking off my clothes.
Oh, whoa. I've seen enough beef jerky today.
I said that was before Yandre, not currently.
Are you sure are we just getting in naked?
Yes.
It's the best. For the best. And it does feel really good. Do you know the way?
Okay, well, Izal, Salusa, you should go.
I'm not cursed.
So Lucia's
But
looking around going, All right. Well, I suppose I'll go first. After all, I was always the more courageous of the two. And she kind of moves forward, just kind of very quickly drops her clothing and just walks past your group. She kind of like stepping and she's like, oh, it's a bit cold.
Since when has courage been self-centered? I mumble.
I thought we were supposed to cleanse ourselves in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
What's Lake Minnetonka?
Not that one.
Yandere, where are you getting your information from?
From a prince.
Somehow that seems wrong, but I'm going to ignore it and take my clothes off and start walking in, heading into whatever opposite direction Selous is in.
And Yandere, would you mind rolling me a history check right quick?
Yes, I do mind, because it's one of the worst rolls I could give you.
Purple.
Can I
rain.
assist him?
No.
Can I roll my own?
No.
Don't think he likes it.
I rolled a 7.
Okay. Well, you would know this simply because it is in your hometown. As you're kind of going through and messing with the water, a part of it seems very familiar to you. You recall at some point in your childhood, years ago, before all this whole mess happened that, caused you to leave Autumn. You remember a trip you took with some friends of yours to the Celestial Falls on the south side of the Crimson. Oh man, my brain is. Let me read my notes because my brain just farted. Crimson Plains. I've only said it a million times. In the southern part of the Crimson Plains, the Celestial Falls, a waterfall of impossible height, just water that seems to cascade down from the clouds and then form in a pool. A highly sought after location that people travel to, said to have magical properties. The water here reminds you strikingly of that place.
Almost as if it's like it actually was.
Yes.
Siri's talking to me right now.
Is that
Siri,
Renji?
we're playing Dungeons and
What's
Dragons.
the name of the other spirit? Is Siri.
Okay. So the Crimson Plains. So does it it just reminds me of it, or does it look like it's from?
It's been years since you've visited the Celestial Falls, but you could swear that the water is just like this. And you don't know where the water comes from, obviously, but as far as you're aware, there are no other places in Autumn or any of the other Feywild where this same water is found.
This looks like the water of the Crystal or Celestial Falls. It is supposed to have some type of restorative properties, but I've only visited it once. Is this the spring that you've been using to clear your ailments?
Yes.
Great. Yandere will then proceed to take off all of his stuff and then just hop right in.
Alrighty then. Let's see here. Volred. I assume you guys are gonna soak for a while.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright. Anything in particular you want to do while you're soaking?
Is that an open question or to just forward?
Yeah. It's just before I do any time skips or anything, if there's stuff you guys wanted to do.
Nope.
I want to talk to Salusa.
This is
Okay,
the girl
from
side,
way
go
across.
away. Shoot.
I will slowly back myself up to her location and not say anything to her until she acknowledges me.
I get up and I walk.
Yeah,
over
as
to
you're
the
getting
other
kind of
side.
close. Yeah, Izal, you can kind of see she's getting this smile. I'm like, oh dear brother, you never used to be so chaste before.
I don't like you, but you already know that.
Indeed. But, then again, even I cannot deny that it seems you've managed to obtain some manners in the last few months.
Well, being thrown into the real world, and I hope you understand what I mean by real world, the world outside of a palace, the world outside a bunch of people either pushing you up or trying to tear you down at the same time. One learns to deal with others.
Yes, I suppose I can agree that life outside of our little slice of, I would call it paradise, but away from home is a illuminating experience.
It is. And I know that growing up with me might have been a chore. And the past is in the past. But I am still trying to change as much as I have already. And I want you to know that while I still have some issues from the past, that I'm sorry I tried to kill you.
Well, I know your compatriots have mentioned individuals who are impersonators. I must say that is rather uncharacteristic of you. If I didn't know better, I'd say perhaps you were an impersonator. But, as I said, it has been a learning experience for all of us. And it seems you have grown quite a bit.
I have. It's been a lot of turmoil and self-reflection. And honestly, I don't want the crown anymore once Father has passed. I don't think I can do it, nor do I want to be chained to the seat of a kingdom.
Yes, I should say you've changed quite a bit then.
Dying will do that to you.
Well, I would assume that to be metaphorical, but
No,
given
I
my...
died.
Well, I was going to say, given my experience, though short though it may be, yeah, I've seen some very unusual things in the last day or so, never to mind a few months. I'm not sure I really understand anything about the world anymore.
I've kind of just gotten used to that. Just trying to accept things one day at a time. I want to find who originally put a mark on me. Someone had to have hired the shade, me as the mark. And I will not stop until I find that out.
True. That may be hard, and I don't mean this to chide you, but I'm sure you're aware the list of people who might have put a bounty on you is quite a list.
That's true. But be that as it may, I don't want to have family issues while I am working through this. So this is me trying to offer a ceasefire on our shittiness towards each other.
Well, I suppose you did find me out in that swamp and not kill me, and even allowed your friends to heal me and bring me here. So I suppose you've earned your little ceasefire, as it is one hell of an olive branch.
I did try to kill you, though, so in fairness, the saving your life part is mainly making up for that.
True. Though I suppose if we're both taking a moment to be honest, I can't say that it would be all that surprising. As father, looking back on it, well, his style of parenting was a iron sharpens iron approach. It's to both of our detriment.
That is true. I will say, I think you, not to invalidate any of the harshness, having that target on myself as being the next in line made it extremely difficult. And I believe that the barriers it put up to me made me less empathetic to those in the family.
Indeed. And my status as not only the second, but a woman whose only real ability to gain power would be through marriage, to be pawned off to some foreigner whom I barely know, no doubt created some animosity for at least the perception of ease for which you were granted your power. No fault of your own, obviously, but I suppose it has been a humbling experience for both of us. Truth.
It has. Now, I will say, in this ceasefire, I still might have a sharp comment or two now and then, but maybe that can be more in a playful sibling banter as opposed to just animosity.
Oh, of course. You can't undo 2 centuries of habit. And besides, if we're not cutting each other, what kind of a relationship do we really have?
That's true. Cutting, yelling, pushing someone down the stairs after they were pushed into a fire in the kitchen. You know, just sibling things.
I do remember that. But, yes, perhaps with our newfound wisdom, rather, we can adopt a new paradigm, that we might actually be iron sharpening iron instead of just two blades hacking at each other.
I like the sound of that. I would just say in the short term, I don't know who to trust in the palace, and that, unfortunately, includes the other members of our family. I would be careful when you return, and on top of that, I would choose what you reveal wisely, as right now, I don't know if I don't know if our fate has been set among due to, well, I'll say it, father. I have questions about his motives.
Indeed. Well, still, there are, of course, the stories that he's worked very hard to squash over the years about the true origin of our family's ownership of the palace. Also, I can tell you I've spent a great deal of time as, well, most men don't pay much care to the presence of a woman when they discuss business matters. And they think it above our intelligence. But I can tell you, Stayan Mason and Alan Karadek of our Goldman, they are not to be trusted. As far as I can tell, the Raven Hand has really been one of the only people to really keep the kingdom going, despite our father. And Lord Mole, who heads our metalworks, the only reason our miners and smelters and other forge personnel continue to work for our father is because of him. And part of the reason, you may or may not be aware, of why he often skips the council meetings is because he is displeased with father and prefers to be with his men so that he can see they are taken care of. If you must return home, then they are perhaps the only two people of which you can truly rely. The Castellan is a good man, and he would not directly do anything to cause us harm. But we both know that that position is largely a figurehead. He has no real power in the city. So, if you must find allies at home, I would start with them.
I appreciate the feedback, and it's duly noted. Now, I'm going to leave. I don't want to pick up any of your stench.
Well, that's fine. You're sucking up all the hot air around here anyway. And she's just kind of enjoying it. I must admit, Master Caleb is quite correct. I feel as if this water is soaking into my bones and just purging anything about me. And she kind of goes off, and you can see, like, as she kind of rubs, you see even her face kind of twists a little bit as it looks like layers of skin are rubbing off. You know, kind of like when you sat in the, bath for far too long, and it just kind of is rolling. It's just like, oh, that's disgusting. But honestly, my pulse haven't looked better in weeks. On that note, I need Yandre, Kelmac, and Volred to all make Constitution saving throws.
15.
19.
Okay.
And Kelmac is not here, but I can probably click on his stuff real quick.
Here, I can do it, I think.
Are you doing it, or you want me to do it?
Sure, I'll do it. I'm a dungeon master. I can click on shit. And this was Constitution saving throw. Clicky clicky. Oh man. I rolled and I was like, nat 20. Wait a second, that doesn't say nat 20. It got in the corner and cocked, and it called it a 2. So he got an 8.
That happens to him.
That's
too,
That's unfortunate. He failed, but the rest of you passed. So you guys can actually remove your corruption.
Oh, and he has 2 points of it, doesn't he?
Kelmac does, yes. And he's gonna...
Do I
Pardon?
remove... I only remove one of mine, right?
Mm-mm. You remove 2.
Okay, so am I, like, healed now?
Yeah, it is kind of weird because you feel like a tingling sensation in your back a little bit. You can't really see, so you call on someone, perhaps Calum, to take a look, or Yandere, because they both have Healy magics. And anyone who goes to look can actually see that it looks like the dark veining, that last little slit of the wound that still actually used to be there and never went away. You can see it minute by minute as you go. It is closing up entirely, leaving only a normal scar.
Calum, what do you think this means?
The only thing I can imagine, the last of it is going away. Since the tether to the world, since the tether to the corruption is gone, this can now heal you completely.
What if it's still inside me, though?
I don't think it is. That's possible, but even if it is, I will still be around and I can help you. But this is the furthest I've ever seen it go.
Is there like a detect corruption spell to see if anything's there? Is that how it works? I'm not a wizard. I don't know how this stuff works.
I'm not really one to be able to... I can look in and I'll cast Detect Magic and I'll see if I can see any traces of it. And then if I don't see it, I will point over to Jan.
Yeah,
No, if Yandere has something to say, he should say it.
Master Volred, do you realize that you have a beauty mark on the top right portion of your posterior?
My birthmark?
Yes, sure.
Yes, do you not have a birthmark?
No, I was just making it a point to notice that you and Salusa have a birthmark in the same spot.
Wait. We do?
Well, yes, it's behind you, so you wouldn't see it unless you could see behind you. And same for Salusa.
Or if you were peeping on your sister.
I've looked in a mirror before, but I've not looked at... You don't look at your sister like that.
No, you wouldn't. Which is why I'm letting you know.
It's in the same spot?
Yes, you two have more in common than you think you do.
That's kind of weird. What does that mean?
You were born from the same people and you both have the same birthmark? Also, I mean, if that's the weirdest thing that you could think of, you both did look like old beef jerky people before you got cursed. Well, before you got healed, and you both got cursed, and you both came from an asshole. So, realistically, you have a lot in common.
I think I might be sick.
Oh, you were talking about trying to see if the poison was still in your system, right?
Yes, but now my stomach just feels like poison.
Oh,
That wasn't a physical manifestation from the corruption.
well, I
was
can
the-
check for that.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Turn around. Yandru will cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Okay. You kind of reach out past and look through. You see that there's like this little glimmer of some kind of corruption, kind of similar to what you had seen before. But previously, when you had kind of looked at it, it was kind of like this dense ball, almost like an object. This almost kind of looks more like a stain that's slowly dissipating and fading. And you can kind of watch as it looks as though it's kind of like being hit with like OxyClean, and you just kind of see the layers lighten up. But it definitely seems that there was some kind of corruption here, and that it's being purged completely.
Yandre will look at himself at the point of being corrupted as well. Do I see the same thing, or do I see it going away? Or gone?
For who?
Myself.
Oh yeah, as you're kind of glancing over at your wounds, you see the same thing where it almost kind of feels like either the heat or the cold or something. It's like you're losing heat out of the wound, but it's like a dark smoke that you didn't see before. Almost kind of like your body's just sweating it out and it's washing away. It's a baptism.
It looks like the disease is disappearing.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
In a few more moments, it looks like you may not have any more left.
Oh, I'm gonna sit in here for another couple hours. I gotta make sure this stays out. We are getting the rest of this out. This is so exciting.
Is it?
Yes. This is really exciting.
It's weirding me out that he's smiling right now.
It'll be gone. It'll be gone. Yes!
I'm going to step away from you for a little bit, just to make sure that I'm not in any danger.
No. And I reach over and I give you a hug.
Two naked dudes hugging in the hot tub.
Yeah, two naked elves, two naked,
Two dudes hugging in the hot tub.
The last time I was this close to someone without clothes on was Callan, and it is a little weird.
Sorry, I got excited. I don't even care who Callan is. Sorry, Andre. I'll go over there. And I turn around and kind of like frolic to another side of the spring and just kind of like...
Yep. This point in time, kind of looking around, like you could even see like Seleucia, she's kind of walking through. Her hair has kind of regained that lustrous gold, similar to Volred's. There's no kind of hint of gray hair in there. And just in the period of this hour or so, she seems to have cut decades off her visual life and now appears a very early 20s or late teen elven woman of staggering beauty. For those of you who swing that way.
So just to be clear, Kelmac is now the only one who's corrupted. Everyone else is A-okay.
How do you feel,
Yeah.
Yandre, while you ask that question, Yandre looks over at Kelmac and says, "You haven't changed at all."
Kill me now.
This sucks. Come on, man.
Why? I don't know what you... Yandere, what are you talking about?
You still have quite a bit.
Jace is over there laughing because he knows that's an errand.
The mannerisms.
Kelmac just puts his head up and says, Demacia!
Oh, man.
Hey, Caleb.
And John's over here like, these are the people I play D&D with.
Yes, he's all.
What do you think would happen if we put the cursed swords in the pond? Would we remove the curse from the blades, or would we curse all of the stuff altogether?
There's only one way to find
I
out.
don't think... I'm looking for scientific information before we experiment. Not dive right into science.
In all honesty, the problem with that is in my delving into the magical swords, they are very much created from corrupt.
So it'd be like we'd be stabbing water and then it'd be I'm pretty sure that would corrupt the water then.
I'm
Let's
pretty
not do
sure. I'm pretty sure if you try and cleanse the entire sword of all of its corruption, it will just turn to nothingness.
that. Like putting cotton candy in the water.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think.
How long do we have to stay here?
It.
Getting kind of pruny.
You can get out if you feel that corruption is completely removed. I just know Red over here has been through a lot, and he really wants to make sure that it's gone.
But where would I go?
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Sit in the nature. Explore. No, don't do that. Bad idea.
Wait, why can't...
Your helper.
She's trying to tell you no.
This is a bad idea. Nah, don't stir.
The magic surrounding this place. If you wander about by yourself and you are not adept in the magics that are here, you can be lost forever, get shot out at a random point outside the forest weeks later. Some people have come out several weeks later thinking it's only been an hour. And every single time, those individuals completely forget everything that happened inside. So, best not to wander too far without me escorting.
So I'm stuck here until you decide you want to leave.
Well, if you want, I can take you back to this. And then I can come back for Red.
Do we have a place to stay?
Yes, there's many rooms. All of them furnished. Well, not all. Many of them are.
Sure, I will go back to wherever it is we're staying. Will your dad be there as well?
Yes.
Great.
So, who all is staying at the...
I'm getting out of the water. I have no reason to be here.
Okay.
So Lucy's going to stay a little bit longer.
I might stay a little later, but it is Vorid and Salusa in here. And
Yeah, I
family's
mean,
got
Salusa
good
hasn't
genes.
really had like a bath in months, and she's enjoying what the water's doing for her skin.
I'll probably go though, and I'm bored.
Yandere. As you get farther into the afternoon and the sun is cut off from the valley, you start to notice little bits of light come up from the vegetation around as those fungi, the bioluminescent fungi you mentioned earlier, kind of start to glow a little bit. You also spot a couple other plants kind of out in the distance that you go and look that you can now spot since they're starting to glow. You see kind of two instances off to the side of moon blossom, which I'm not going to make you pour through your notes or whatever, but as a reminder, those are somewhat rare ingredients in autumn and are used essentially as meta magic components because they heighten magical effects of certain types. So something you would notice, something your party could grab if they wanted to. Also, for everyone who is leaving the pool, I need you guys to roll me a straight d20.
No.
18.
14. And then this was part of the...
19.
You're talking about the moonflowers that bloom in the amber forest?
Yes, in one spot of the notes, I think they're just called moonflowers. But if you jump into the actual crimson stuff, that their proper name is moon blossom. And I think in one entry they just say they have magical properties, where the moon blossom entry specifically says that they're enchanted, specifically because they heighten enchantment magic. And can be used as meta magic components when casting spells, or in potions to heighten the effects of potions that have enchantment effects.
I'm assuming Kelmac is staying. Okay.
Probably.
Just making sure.
It's not
He just said that he can come in whenever he's ready.
That's cool. Well, we'll make that a Jace question. So I'm sorry, for those of you leaving kind of one by one, what was your thing? You rolled an 18, right, Izal?
Yeet.
I rolled a 14.
Okay, yeah, right quick. Izal, you gain a luck point.
Hey. It's just like that potion I spent 250 gold on that I then gave Caleb.
I used it wisely.
Yes. You don't know how long the luck point will last, but you know you've got one. Cool. You're just feeling, you got that luck of the Irish going in you. A little bit of fairy magic.
Just hung out in a hot tub with Salusa for an hour, so I'm feeling fine.
Lady boner.
Yeah, and then...
Shirtless full red, naked Salusa.
Who else was it? Someone got 14?
I got 14.
Was that Yandere? Let's see here. Okay, let me check. I got one more thing I gotta roll right quick. That will be Radiant. For an indeterminate amount of time, any spell that you use that deals radiant damage has its damage maximized. Yep, no idea when that's going to fade, but just know that that's in effect until such time as it does fade. And then, Caleb, you were leaving?
Yes, and I rolled a 19.
19. Okay. All right. You get to pick another tool proficiency, and until this ends, you will have proficiency with that tool. It's not. You can't pick an instrument or a language, but a specific tool. For whatever reason, if it's like leatherworking or tailoring, you've got something in your head that you're just like, man, I feel like I want to take up this craft. And for somehow you feel like you know how to do it.
Alrighty. I will look into which ones I don't want.
Okay.
Caleb,
Yes, sir.
before we head back to your father's house, I do see some flowers over there that I would like to acquire. Is that okay?
Yeah, is that okay? I don't think that would be an issue, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, by all means.
Great. I will go and attempt to pull some of the moon blossoms that are present in this area.
Okay. And you do so?
Is there a certain number or limit?
Well, you find 2 moon blossoms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then you guys were gonna head back to the palace?
Yes.
The ruins of the palace?
It's
I'm
holding
just,
up with
making
hopes and dreams.
sure.
Ain't nothing structurally sound about that place.
Okay. Just making sure I make a note of what boons you guys got. Okay. So, yes, Salusa and Volred are going to chill. Anything
And Kelmac.
specific? Yeah, and Kelmac, I know, but Kelmac's not here.
Just making sure.
So I'm calling to be curious if there was any more RP Volred wanted to do before we skip time.
We can skip.
Okay. In which case, let's make another roll for Kelmac for his con saving throw. He got a 22.
Ooh.
I guess that counts for Kelmac, even though I rolled it. But that means that Kelmac has now passed his check, so he loses his corruption.
Both points or just one?
We're gonna say both points.
Alrighty.
Volreg got 2 points. So, and this is a very strongly blessed water. Plus, he rolled really well.
Yeah, then after I drop them off, I'm heading back. And when they leave, do they still have to? Are they going to roll as well?
Is everyone leaving at this point?
Sure.
Okay. So, yes, Volred and Kelmac need to make some rolls. If someone else wants to roll for Kelmac in that case.
Was it just D20?
Yep, just a D20 because it's on a list.
Jace, did you say you were going to do it?
No.
I said I was going to do it.
I ain't rolling. Not roll for anybody.
Nope,
Okay.
that's 4.
Well, I mean, that's fine. They're not, like, organized with higher numbers being better. Volred, with your 11, you are immune to diseases, both regular and supernatural. For a time.
Like forever? Oh, okay.
For a time. But you have no idea when that'll end.
Got it.
And then what did Kelmac get again? 4?
Yep.
That is correct.
Okay. 4 is Instances. He gets advantage to any and all perception checks.
Yeah. Cool.
And if he's ready, he can come in whenever onto the chat, because I can just click a button and bring him over. Someone else to tell him.
Yep.
Because I can't switch to that channel to tell him. Once he pops in, I'll press the button.
So we'll have a slight weirdness. Kill you.
Ta-da!
Okay.
Woo!
Yeah. Hey, Kelmac. Just to let you know, you have been healed of all of your corruption after taking a long soak in a sacred pond. Your weird fairy blessing is, for some indeterminate time that no one knows, you have advantage on all perception checks.
Huh?
Because you have weird, supernaturally enhanced senses. So,
Just taking
as you
a good
got,
bath?
Yes.
yep, those blessings can kind of come in when you spend time in a sacred pool.
I will be.
So, as the second group gets taken by Calum back to the palace, the first group at this point has already kind of gotten in some placeholder clothes while the other ones are being laundered. At this point in time, they look kind of just like robes, loose fitting, and are kind of seated at a table as it looks like dinner is going to be prepared soon. The rest of you guys are, if you choose, can swap into some temporary clothing while your regular clothing gets prepared and laundered, and then meet the rest of the group for dinner, if you choose to go that route.
I'll swap out.
Okay. So, as you guys do so, you guys descend. What? Okay. He just joined and he's already having internet issues. Well, that's what you get, I guess. Yes. Okay. So as you guys are chilling there, dinner is brought out. It's a variety of smoked meats, vegetables, and such. No clue where exactly they got it, though you are vaguely aware of some gardens and stuff like that, and some wildlife that do exist somewhere here in the valley.
It's people.
So, dinner continues on, mostly with some of the couple of the support staff. Those of you who have been here before and remember it, which I think is
Just Caleb
maybe
and Volred.
just Caleb and Volred, yeah.
Yep.
Not individuals you recognize. Shit, that pain is bad. And obviously Eldon Voss.
Caleb, we should have tried to invite Arthur to this dinner. He's relatively close, isn't he?
That Caleb
Yes.
walked away.
I wasn't looking at the screen.
Caleb's in the little wizard room right now.
I would say we would send him a letter, but I'm not sure if he knows how to read yet.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. But you know, he's with the elves now, so maybe he'll come back and be fluent in Elvish. But
How's
still
his
not be very
common?
good at Common.
That's is common.
So,
Could always use the sending spell, right? And just kind of ask him how he's doing.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
you guys fucking suck.
We gotta wait for Caleb to come back from the bathroom. All right, we could talk to Gander too to make sure he's okay.
Eh.
Yeah, that's a. Oh, what about Gorbeck?
Eh.
Yeah.
Gander would be better.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, dinner continues on, I guess. Several courses until such time as I guess that all kind of wraps up, and I guess you guys have the evening to do with as you will.
So, what's our plan? Is it to just investigate the corruption on the swords and?
It might be, but I do have a question, but I believe the audience in which the question should be asked needs to be relegated to only a few of us. And I just wink. But I do a really bad job at winking, so I kind of accidentally, like, close both of my eyes.
Just blinking aggressively.
Yes, Salusa kind of pipes in. I realize I'm new to this group, but we did just go through, well, actually not so difficult an effort, but we did just cleanse some of this corruption, curse, energy stuff. Are you sure you want to do anything that might cause you to have to return here prematurely?
Well, you're correct, and that is fully taken into account. There is just a stipulation, is all.
It's since you're not a member of our guild, we can't discuss guild matters with you, and even if you're related, that's just it.
We have a sacred
Very well.
pact. Maybe, Yandre, would you like to entertain my sister for a while?
Entertain?
Yes. Or keep her company.
Sure. I mean, I guess that can't hurt. You're not going to try to kill me, are you?
Salusa looks over. No weapons.
That hasn't stopped people before.
Do you want one? I got a few spares.
Looks around. I think I'm good. I don't know exactly where we are, but I suppose it's safe.
Just watch out for structural integrity issues.
Very well.
Great, then I will stay here.
Yandre,
Yes.
come here.
You're not going to try to hug me naked again, are you?
No, I promise I won't do that
Yeah,
again.
some of the other people around the table, their eyes kind of flit up a little bit, not really knowing what to do with that.
Yandre,
Yes.
do you remember why you had to leave that cave?
Why I had to leave the cave or why I chose to just depart?
Yes, that whole part. In the circumstances... In the circumstances around discussions... Wait, who's at dinner with us? Is his father there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And there are a couple other servants.
It'd be easier if we left.
Yeah, I thought it was like just us and some servants around. My bad. We can... Never mind. I've made an ass out of myself. I can talk about this issue later.
I feel like what you were getting ready to say was incredibly important. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it now?
I'll whisper it into your ear later.
Okay. Do you still want me to take Salusa and entertain her?
Perhaps after dinner.
Okay.
Caleb
Great.
is back. Caleb, we want to send a message to Arthur.
Okay.
John
What?
right now is freaking out.
What did I miss?
You're bored.
I thought we were in Arthur's area. You should be able to contact him from here, right?
Well, I can contact him from anywhere.
Oh.
It's just whether or not he is busy at the current moment. But I can definitely send a message.
I want to know if he can read. If he's learned to do that.
Well, he had already learned to read for the most part before we departed ways. I was teaching him.
I was still kind of dead, or deadish then, so I forgot.
So, yeah, to answer that question, yes, he could then read.
Can we ask him
Yeah,
how his
not-
training's going?
Yeah, sure.
And let him know that Volred's been cured?
So, let me figure out what we're going to say.
Are we limited to characters?
25 words.
25 words.
Hope you got your Arthur notes. All right.
You can see him frantically opening up tabs. Like, what's going on here?
While he's doing that, y'all remember that one commercial where it's like collect call, and the guy's like, yeah, I have a collect call for Bob, we had a baby, it's a boy.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, that's how our message is
Yeah.
going to go.
Bob, got a baby, eats the boy.
If anyone is watching this stream under the age of like
You're over 30 if you
28,
remember that commercial.
yeah, you're not going to remember that one.
I don't think over 30.
At least.
I remember
30.
it.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
I said 28, to be fair.
Okay, 28's a good one. That's practically 30. You can see 30 creeping in your rearview mirror.
Alright, so far I have, hey Arthur, just checking in. Wondering how training is going. Volred has been completely healed. Anything else you want to involve in the message?
His sister's hot. Which I say out loud, and I immediately think about, oop.
Well, Salissa had already walked away at this point.
Oh,
maybe-
good. I look around like, oh,
maybe
my God.
something to keep to yourself.
Yeah. I think Arthur would care.
That's 18. I don't know this man, so this is.
Do you have more mom stories?
Need some more momisms.
I mean, that's 24.
Please. Bob, we had a baby, it's a boy. I love that.
Now, if only any of us spoke Welsh, we could probably make that all one word.
What?
Alright. So I'm preparing to send the spell. Sending. Hey Arthur,
Send the spells sending in a scroll.
just checking in. Wondering how training is going. Volred has been completely healed. Yzal says his sister is hot. Need another mom story. $45 exact.
Okay. When after a couple of moments, you hear a very familiar voice kind of chime in, and go, "Oh my God, Caleb, man, it's been so cool out here. I really wanted to let you know that there are so many cool elves that are..."
That's perfect.
What'd he say?
He said training is going fabulously. And there are a lot of cool elves where he's at. And he hopes to see you guys soon.
Can I insight that? Because Arthur's never said fabulously in his entire life.
Look at him learning more words.
Impressive.
Am I
Got
to
17, but your
assume
deception's really good, though.
that y'all have adventured with someone who had
11.
a reading disability?
He
Yeah.
couldn't read, and he also worked on a ship for free for like 5 years.
For room and board.
And you liberated him from this strange servitude?
No, he
just
was still
left.
friends with them. He was still friends with them. We still use their ship to get places and everything.
Guys,
It's
have you
weird.
guys ever priced how much it costs to live on a cruise ship? It's expensive.
I've priced how much it takes us to get from one place to another. It's expensive. That's why no one travels.
While everybody uses teleportation.
They live on an island
Well-
and just stay there.
No, teleportation's expensive too, but
Yeah, but if
not
it's
by
further
much.
than like 10 days, it's cheaper.
well, yeah, if it's people, but like teleportation, like you're limited with how much cargo you can carry, so if you need to, freight, that's, got to be done by ship, either air or
yeah.
sea.
Well, Arthur was part of a druid circle kind of thing, but he was also in a monastery, and then he got on a ship. So he had a very strange childhood growing up. So I guess reading and the concept of getting paid for what you're doing didn't quite work its way through.
Yes.
He could knock the crap out of somebody, though. That was real fun to watch. He turned into a bear.
And he was able to make Azurleaf, which I do miss. That was very helpful.
You are okay with not having Azure Leaf now?
Well, I've been sometimes having Azurleaf.
It's not addictive. It's a plant.
Moderation.
Oh, glad he's doing okay.
He seemed very excited.
Little do you know, Arthur is still talking because he still doesn't realize that it's a saving spell.
Like just yelling at a wall.
Yep, and he's just doing this out, like, surrounded by a whole bunch of elves walking down the road, and those elves are sitting there looking at each other. Hey, the human guy's talking to himself again. It's like, man, I don't know why we let that guy in here. Okay, anything else you guys want to do?
Where are we going after this?
Well, I figured after we are done here, we had somewhere we wanted to go, and I figured we would teleport to Arielum to get close.
I needed to go to Athoria.
Right.
So we are going to Ariel. I say that name so many times.
Just making sure that we know what we're doing. I know that where I need to go.
Yep.
But I mean,
As far as I'm aware,
we
I
like-
don't have any kind of
Should we like get a
Yeah,
ship
no,
for
not.
Salusa or something? Is she gonna be going with us wherever we're going now?
Well, that might be the detail that we need to discuss more privately.
Oh, okay. We have like a small room we're staying in today.
Well, we each can have our own room.
It'll be hard to communicate that way, so I suggest one room for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can sit in one room for a while, but I
Yeah.
assume when it's time for bed, we will have our own accommodations is all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. You don't remember last time. That's okay.
Assume we sleep outside and fend for ourselves. What, Kelmac?
Just for like OC, where are we? Because we are in
Forgetful
Caitlin's-
Island.
Forgetful Island, the Bermuda Triangle,
Good explanation for it.
the
The Nebraska of states, of islands.
What is it called?
Not a lot here. It's kind of a void.
not Orchid. It's an island in Greek.
Atlantis?
No, where like you go, and I think it was in the Odyssey.
Where the people turn them into pigs?
No, they just stay there. Oh, Lotus Island. Lotus Island.
Oh yeah, the Lotus Den, the island of the Lotus Eaters.
Yes. You eat it and you forget all your worries and you live on the island forever.
Yeah, that's basically the Feywild.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. This is
But
a
this is-
place
this is just
called the Valley of the
safe.
Fates.
Okay.
That's what it's
And do
been
we-
called.
Okay. Which apparently has magical baths
Just one.
that do magical things. Bath.
Yeah. This
Okay.
whole area is suffused in magical energy, and
So-
it has a mythal. It's the mythal that keeps people from remembering the place when they leave. And it's part of the reason why almost no one outside of this valley knows this place is here.
Okay.
Well, let's go have
And
that
they
conversation
keep it that
then.
way.
Until we go telling everyone where it's at. Get your maps here.
he
Get
probably
your
won't
maps
remember.
To the secret hidden island in between here and nowhere. Come now. All right, in the room.
Yeah, we would end up getting shut down pretty quick by the authority.
It's just a fake map, but not anywhere close to being accurate. I drew it myself.
So you guys retire to a private room, a small study / lounge up on the second floor, near where your bed chambers have been prepared. Just kind of a little ante-room, mostly. It has like bay windows along the outside, which kind of look out onto part of the garden and some of the other grounds. You can see kind of off to the west the kind of large lake that exists in the back of the property. You can see the little kind of gazebo area where Eldon Voss spends a lot of his time in divination. But the moon is starting to come up and the place is looking quite nice.
The reason why I've called this meeting is to discuss what to do with Salusa. If we were to grant her to return to Kiosa, that would certainly be something that could be seen as getting in the way of the spellbound flame. How do we want to approach this situation?
My initial idea is that we do not offer her direct transportation back to Kyosa, but give her resources to leave here, and she may do what she wishes with her life. But on the reverse of that, if we look at it from their perspective, us assisting her in any way would, if she eventually ends up back at Kyosa, would be getting in the way.
Well, lucky for us, it isn't up to their interpretation, rather the interpretation of the Fae. Because part of our stipulation was them notifying us any information about her with an understanding that I was trying to find her. So I'm more concerned on possibly breaking this pact than I am with her necessarily returning.
I will also say she doesn't fall under the umbrella of contract.
Correct.
We
but
still
we
just can't
also-
tell her, though.
We can't
Yeah.
tell her. Now, Yandere can, but we can't tell Yandere to tell her, and Yandere is, while as... Well, let me put it this way. Yandere is too rational to think about telling her.
Yandere just looks around.
Oh, Yandere, you're not supposed to be here.
Oh, you didn't want me to come with you? You said you would let me know later on. You would whisper in my ear and let me know what the deal was. So I assumed this was just part of a big group meeting.
I didn't realize you followed us in.
Do you want me to leave now?
Is all.
Nothing part of our contract. We said that we could not allow Yandere to interfere, but there was nothing about us not telling him our contract bounds. So, right.
Yeah, so the non-disclosure
We-
said that you may not discuss the plan or any details of the Spellbound Flame or its members to anyone not currently present. And that you guys may not take any action, including the divulging of information that might hinder the Spellbound Flame or its goals, and that the parties present are responsible for upholding those rules to the members not present.
So would we have to divulge that information to the person that we aren't trying to that person?
Yeah, I
yes.
guess an interpretation there would mean if Yandere inadvertently does something that hinders them, he hasn't broken the contract. It will be your responsibility to make sure to the best of your ability that Yandere doesn't do something that violates the terms you guys agreed to.
Did you want me to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the time that you wanted me to keep Salusa company?
Yes.
Okay. Well, just, I guess, whisper in my ear whenever you're ready for me to come back. Even though you didn't whisper in my ear when you were ready for me to leave. So, if you could just make sure that you do that this time, it'd be really great.
Yes.
All right. You'll see Yandere walk out. Is there a door to this room?
No, it's more like just a meeting place.
Okay. Yandere will walk out and then proceed to go back to Salusa.
And then I'm just going to turn back to the rest of the group. I swear to God, I did not see him. Did any of you see him? I could have sworn he was downstairs.
He just kind of blends in with the rest of the group. We're all together all the time.
I didn't even think about it, honestly.
I was like, I wonder if he's here.
Well, the good thing is, I guess, the Fae would realize that we did not have any intent. So even if he overheard something, we still, to the best of our abilities, did not mean for that to happen. That was not intentional.
That's correct.
But then, so where do we stand? Should we not permit Salusa to go back to Kiosa in the meantime?
Ultimately, she is an individual and can do as she pleases. Now, I am under the assumption that we are not welcome to stay on the island for the foreseeable future and are to leave post haste.
This one?
Yes.
No, we could stay here forever.
I have
What
a
island are
question
you?
for
What are you?
Volred.
What are you referring to?
Who, me?
Yes.
I was under the assumption that we were, like, being told that, like, hey, you're fixed. Good seeing you again. You gotta kind of skedaddle.
No. We can stay here as long as we need to. Just if we stay here for a longer period of time, we will get put to work. Which is generally why I find get it.
Caleb refuses to work.
We may need to leave Salusa here.
Caleb, would that be permissible?
Leaving her here? Yeah.
That might be the best option, though.
But I will say that if it is not under her expressed will, my father will not keep her.
That's
Now then-
fair.
Yes. Now then becomes out of our control, because if we get her back to mainland, then she could go home, which would end her fear. But if we tell her, hey, sorry, we can't take you with us. There are extenuating circumstances that do not allow us to help you leave the island.
Honestly, why don't we just say that their home is no longer safe? We are going to go get your family, and then we will reconnect with you to bring everybody together and relocate. And then she could stay here till we get things taken care of, and then we can go on our way to go get your family and get them out, because that is one of our next goals.
Does telling her that her family is in danger constitute revealing the plan?
No,
Revealing part of the plan?
no, because she already knows her family's in danger. Look at what's been happening to her and Red. But we
That's
are now
true.
relocating them.
I'm just trying to look at it through a
Oh no, I'm glad.
daylight lens.
I would rather you try and rebuttal this than have it come up and bite me in the ass. But from my point of view, just saying that we are trying to relocate Red's family, I view that as not breaking contract.
We can certainly say that to keep her here, but I am curious if we do actually try to relocate my family, that would be seen as some form of interference.
Well, weren't we given a stipend to relocate your family?
Yes, but I assume that was after a possible takeover. If we go and try to remove my brother and mother at this time, that would...
Okay, I can see that.
So I feel like we need to just... Unless we want to find a way to actively alert my family and or Salusa to get around the stipulations of the contract, then it would be best to just let things happen and attempt to keep Salusa away from interference, unless we have a foolproof way of informing her that gets us around the contract. But even just the talk of that would be, well, if we do anything to try to make that happen, that could be seen as breaking the contract.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
So in that case, maybe we just tell her that she would be in danger if she were to go back at this time. We recommend that she stay here until further notice, but if she does leave, that is on her own accord, and we still advise her to not go home.
I'm okay with that.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. So, thank you. That is the main reason I wanted to have this conversation. In terms of what exactly we decide to do next, perhaps we should have Yandere rejoin the conversation.
I point in so many directions and cast message. Yandere, we're done. This is a whisper. And I'll just keep doing that until I get a ping.
And, until you eventually ping Yandere. Okay.
Eric, do I get a chance to speak with Salusa?
Yeah. I mean, you probably find her just kind of sitting on this stone bench in kind of a slightly overgrown area near the lake. She seems to just kind of be taking in the night air.
Yandere will walk up. Hi, Salusa.
She kind of glances over. Oh, so I suppose you're the one who was chosen to be my babysitter.
Well, I don't know about babysitting, but I was told to come out here to keep you entertained and have company while they talk about important matters.
Well, I suppose it makes sense. After all, it's not as if your group knows anything about me, really, other than perhaps what my dear brother has told them, which I assume is not kind.
He's a lot more caring than you think. I think he just projects mean thoughts and mean words just because he actually does genuinely care about you and cares about your safety, which is what they're talking about.
Well, I would say at the beginning that has not been my experience with my brother, but my brother has indeed changed since last I knew him, so it would appear I should have to learn him all over again.
Yes, I guess you could say he's working on turning over multiple leaves. New one.
Well, that's certainly good. So then, I suppose part of the issues that you are attempting to discuss is my fate?
Well, when I was in there, it was whether or not you were allowed to return home or not.
Yes, I suppose a lot has changed. And, well, it would not be easy to return, as I really haven't much left.
Well,
And,
no, it wouldn't be easy. Actually, it'd be quite difficult. There are a lot of people trying to take over your kingdom.
yes, well, my father has amassed a great number of enemies throughout the 200 or so years that he's governed Kyosa.
Yeah, but how far have they gotten to getting close to taking over the kingdom?
Oh, there were riots, I would say, about 20 or 30 years ago. Um, they were put down quite brutally, I'm afraid.
Hmm, that's interesting. Has your family survived a coup before?
Oh, yes, of course. Our spy master is, well, he's exceptionally good at his job. And, well, when it comes to weeding out dissent, he is brutal and efficient.
Oh, well, I hope that he is really on top of his game.
Yes, as much as any demon can be.
He's a demon?
I say that in the figurative sense. I don't much like the man. He's, doesn't have much of a conscience, and to be quite honest, um,
Crazy.
I believe he might see that he is, in a sense, the power behind the throne, as my father hangs on his every word, and often, whatever it is he tells my father sees as truth. So, in a way, he's in a position to coerce my father into taking whatever action he ultimately wishes.
So if your father wasn't there, he would be the one that people would have to get rid of.
If they wish to truly rule, yes. I would say in many ways that many of the people in the city are more loyal to Master Mason and Lord Karadec, more so than my father.
That's good to know. Because your father might not be around very much longer.
Well, karma has a way of making people pay their debts.
No, just brute force. Someone's going to try to take over your kingdom.
Well, yes, I suppose if there are imposters, at some point it will come to swords. I should only hope that my family survives.
Well, your brother and your mother will, but your father probably won't.
I must admit I am quite torn as to whether or not I accept that.
Accept it as in what? You don't choose to believe me saying that your father will probably die, or you choose to try to stop it?
My father has weathered such storms before, but more so in the sense that I'm not a fool. I know who my father is, and I know some of what he has done, and the way in which he rules. So, even if he manages to survive this round, I'm sure there will be more. And I believe that he cares about his power far too much to ever do anything to loosen his grip on it. To that end, I don't know. I suppose I am starting to come to the realization that perhaps, so long as my father lives, this will be inevitable.
Okay, well, great. I'm glad that blind faith will lead you to that. But, have you heard of the Spellbound Flame?
No,
No?
I have not.
Okay. Well, that's the reason why we can't let you go back to your home. So if you really want to go back, I would wait a little bit. I think they're trying to figure out how exactly they're going to transport your brother and your mother.
Well, I suppose that's good. We'll simply have to find a new place to start over, I think.
Yeah, relocation.
You think it will be soon?
Oh, very soon. Yeah. Well, at least with the contract they made with the demigod of the Fae, it's supposed to happen relatively soon. I don't know if it's supposed to be like next week, next month, tomorrow, but something's going to happen. And it's going to happen pretty quickly.
Well, I know it is perhaps in poor judgment, or for me to say, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to miss my homeland.
Well, then that's very good, because you probably won't see it very much. Well, you were going to stay away for quite some time anyway, right? So you can just take this as an extended vacation.
Yes, I suppose we'll simply have to. At which time you get a ping from Izal.
We're done.
You hear me responding back to you, but I am also talking to Salusa right now. I don't know if I'm supposed to whisper back to them, but they did tell me they were done with the conversation, so I'm telling Salusa now, I can go back to the room. So, stay here, don't leave, and I will let you know what we decide.
Very well.
Great. And then Yandere takes off and goes back to the room.
Okay. Takes a few minutes for you to get back up there.
I walk back into the room. Well, that was quick.
Yeah, we're starting to get the hang of thinking differently to gauge options.
Options for what?
Strategery, I believe is what they call it.
Strategy?
Strategery.
Stratego?
Strategy.
But that's the common form of strategery, right?
Strategy is strategy.
Sure. But what are we thinking differently on?
Ways to help me out here, like out of character. I'm asking y'all to, as players, to help me out. Getting around a promise, but still keeping it.
You're talking about creative thinking to remove obstacles.
Is this a contract? I'm really good with contracts and loopholes.
Unfortunately, you cannot be made aware of the full information of the deal, right? See, like Yandere can't know like exactly.
Yes. Yandere knows that the deal happened, but the exact... I don't think we went over the full terms and conditions. Well,
You told me that you had to prevent me from breaking the contract, but you never went into like specifics on what the contract was.
Correct, because we couldn't necessarily tell him what the specifics were.
Oh, was this the deal that you had with the demigod from the Feywild?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
and so the contract that you made with the Spellbound Flame.
Yes, essentially, Andre, we realize you know about it, but we can't necessarily tell you everything about the contract because that is could be maybe possibly something that could cause a breakage of contract having you
Oh,
know too much.
okay. Well, I did let Salusa know about the pending attack.
Oh,
I want to go look at the rest of the group. Just
She also said that she doesn't know if she wants to return back to the kingdom anyway because she's not very fond of it. And so she's looking to go away. But she is also aware that your mother and brother may be relocated. At least that was part of the conversation that I heard. And she's okay with it.
I kind of just look
that's
over.
something better.
Yeah, I mean, the as long as there's no interference, we should still be good, right?
Well, no details about the plan were given away from us.
That's true.
Are you concerned?
Well, we're gonna just see what happens at this point, because you can't untell Salusa any of the information you told her, and so far a Fey demigod has not showed up here.
Because we were not around to fulfill the auxiliary portion of the contract.
Great. So, Salusa's okay to stay in a location until it's time to relocate. And I thought that would be the best interest for everybody in the party, especially since she can't go back. At least not now, especially now that she knows that her life might be in jeopardy.
Fair enough. Well,
I see this as a win so far. This is starting to look a lot better.
So what do we do now?
well, that's why we brought you back into the conversation to figure out where we're going from here. Did we still want to take the weapons to that swordsmith, or do we want to try dropping them in the spring here before we leave?
Why would you potentially contaminate the crystal waters?
I thought I overheard y'all talking about attempting to cleanse the weapons in the spring as which our bodies have been cleansed.
I asked Caleb if he thought that would be a good idea, and he said, why not just try it? It didn't seem like a very scientific approach to his reasoning, so I said, probably not. So,
It was a joke, but no, we shouldn't do that. Mainly because the corruption could spread, as well as the fact that those weapons are made of corruption.
So if you
It
cleanse
would
them,
probably
there wouldn't be
just
any weapons.
be. Yeah,
So we should take them to get studied.
yes.
And that's in Athoria?
no, but the
I
closest place to it that we can get to with teleportation is Ariellen.
Yes.
We could take him to Jeffrey so he could rename his tavern to the Cursed Armory.
That does sound chaotic and fun,
We could
but
get a cut of that money he's raking in.
But
what
no,
would Gorback do?
Several wizards have died to that arrow. I am totally against letting these things exist in the public.
We could ask Gorbeck what he would do.
Gorbeck? Oh, this is Caleb's friend.
Yeah.
I think we all know exactly what Gorbeck.
He would have run down the street, yielding the weapons, offering anyone passerby to trade them for an assortment of candy.
One of the many options, probably, yeah.
He would maybe throw them into a river inside of a mountain.
He 100% would be corrupted himself, though.
Yes.
This Gorbeck person sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Cavale would even care to use someone like that.
It was like, no chance this dude
No,
will
maybe.
succeed at anything.
She does love slaughter, so maybe just pick him up and drop him in a town after being completely corrupted and give him something to murder with. I'm gonna stop thinking about that.
Well, I have a
Has
couple.
this person been
I just have a couple things I need to do in
detained?
Ariellen while we're there, and then we can move on from there.
So I guess Air Ariellen it is.
Yes, and then Seleucus going to stay here, right?
I mean, we could let her stay at our house.
That's true. Sweet Nut Manor would probably be best if someone was proprieting it.
Well, I have to.
Is there more to that statement?
Lag.
Okay.
Probably drop frames.
we-
It's probably out.
We don't have any place we could put your family except for a very big house that we don't really use. So,
So are we taking Seleucus with us now, or are we letting her stay here until we get your brother and mother?
Well, we could give her the option. Stay here or stay in the city. Our house is in Air Ariellen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we would be able to drop her off. I would say give her the decision.
Okay. And then you see Andre walk back out of the room and head towards Seleucus.
I just look at the rest of them. Is he going to just tell her all this information now?
not our
Better to have
business.
him. Better to have him do it, and not risk us breaking contract.
That's true.
Okay. Well, Yandre goes and grabs Salusa, and you guys begin to prep for your next movement. We're going to go ahead and take a break here, and we'll see you guys here in 15 to execute on the plan.
Who we executing?
No.
Yo mama.
Execute
She's already dead.
the plan,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
not a person. Unless you,
Yeah, the
unless
horrible
you know
people.
someone named.
Bye,
the
break
plan.
time.
So,
Ain't
what?
nobody. What happened? There it goes.
We
What?
dis.
Oh,
No!
I know what's going on. I have to click it. I had my
You
notes
have
up
to
in
click
front. I had my notes up in front of my Discord, so it wasn't reading them. It
Ah,
wasn't reading the Discord. Although it was reading Volred, so that is weird that it was reading one person, but not the other 3 people.
well, maybe it just decided that Volred was what was important.
He was.
That's right.
That elf privilege.
You're just mad because you're short. You could never be this tall.
If I cut your legs off, we'll be the same height.
Nar.
Yeah.
Yantre's got that old elf lineage.
Grandfathered in.
Yeah.
So, Salusa, after bringing her in to discuss, she is interested in being back in a city, and is perfectly willing to stay at your manor, although she does... You see her get a little odd at your particular choice of name.
It's a very nice plaque.
And it says, no offense to the present company of the area, but, being in a city, would be nice.
Nicer than a rundown castle that's falling apart?
A rundown palace that has like 6 people that live there, and you can't really leave or else you can't get back.
And you might die.
So,
No wonder Caleb left and never went back. All they wanted to do was some chores. He's like, no, I refuse. I'd rather die.
well, Caleb, I could help you with that.
Didn't
I'd
we say
rather
she
not
was
die.
going to stay here until we got Volred's family out?
You guys said you were going to give her a choice.
Oh, yeah. Make her give her a choice. Okay, yeah, so she wants to stay at Sweet Nut Manor. Okay, well, great.
Okay. And so you guys are going to teleport her?
We do that tonight, Caleb? You ready to go?
I'm ready to go whenever.
Time.
Okay.
Everyone hold hands.
Okay. Caleb, what is the other teleportation sigil that you have? Oh, Valerion's, right?
Yeah, Master Flarians.
Okay.
Well, I
I
figured
was
those
like-
are the only 2 people that I would have.
I know, because when you mentioned second one in Arrow, I was like, wait. What teleportation circle do you have in Ariel? And I was like, oh, wait, no, we discussed this.
Yes.
I remember you asked ahead of time because you knew that you were going to be picking that spell.
I've
And
had it
Fl-
forever as a scroll.
Well, I know. If I recall, you traded it for knowledge about permanency. If I recall correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, so... Okay. So, whoosh, circle, sigil, door pops open. You rush through into what is, for everyone here but Caleb, an unfamiliar room. You stand on this kind of large circular stone platform that raises just high, just above, like a wooden planked floor with these kind of like really tall ceilings. It looks like most of the walls here are bookshelves with a little bit kind of a narrow catwalk on the second floor. One of the walls is dominated by these kind of real Tudor style, like diamond leaded paned windows that you can kind of see some kind of garden or something on the other end, and then a large kind of oak paneled door that exit on the opposite side to your right. Most of the furniture here, there's a section nearest you that has a very finely upholstered set of couches that flank kind of a coffee table, and on the other side are two long kind of bench style tables, and then one kind of smaller square table that are all covered with potion making supplies, and various alchemical reagents, books and papers kind of stacked haphazardly. All in all, it's a dignified, high-end study, clearly for someone who uses magic. But, just a little bit of enough chaos to let you know that it's definitely used. It's not just for show.
I have a question. Eric,
Oh, me? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were calling for Caleb.
does teleporting bypass the amnesia?
That's actually a really good question. I don't know. I actually don't have a good answer for this, so I'm just going to roll a D percentile.
Learning things today. Building.
We're all learning things today.
Volred has a birthmark.
Yep.
That was hilarious.
We're going to say no, it does not. So I need wisdom saves. From you and Kilmac. I guess I can roll Kilmac's. He got a 26.
You're hot.
He's good.
I have 13. That's better than my last one.
You forgot.
Where are we covering
So
again?
you step out into a paneled room, and as far as you recall,
Eric.
you guys were leaving the Sangral Swallows and heading to Caleb's dad's place.
Am I still lucky?
Yes, you still have that power.
I'm gonna use it.
Oh, you want to use it? Okay.
Yeah.
Watch
Do
me get.
this.
I'm gonna get a 7. 18.
All right, that's a pass.
Yeah.
So there's that brief moment where you kind of like are stepping through and you feel your mind get a little fuzzy, and then you're just like, no, but I don't want to remember this, and then that feeling just kind of fades off, and you step through, like, holy shit, I remembered. But you do feel less lucky.
Woo. I feel lucky I passed.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Izal.
Yes. I remember seeing Seleucia naked, Volred naked, everybody naked. Yeah.
To be fair, you've already seen Red naked.
That actually happened during the last time we were here.
Oh,
And
that's
then-
true.
And
No,
then I like made a point to see him naked at some point afterwards.
Oh,
Like avoiding that.
that is actually also a good point, Izal, because now that you recall, all of your memories are back.
That place is actually pretty cool when you really think about it.
Yeah. So there's like this weird kind of hurt in your head as your mind is like trying to reconcile the remembering and not remembering. But
Ew.
yeah.
I was just had the image of that beef jerky sloughing off your body. That was disgusting.
Yum.
Yeah, Izal just like kills over and like starts vomiting, and it's like, see, I told you, teleportation sickness. He's like, no, I just remembered Volred's shriveled dong.
He peeled it off like a cocoon.
It's still functional.
Anyway. But yeah, you guys stand in this well-adorned study.
Caleb,
All
where
right.
are you?
Smells like a nerd.
It smells. That's books.
Yeah.
You're smelling books. Anyways, we're at Master Falarion's place.
Shit, we gotta be here.
Be even more careful here than anywhere else.
Yeah. You know
I don't
that place that that Gorbeck blew himself up trying to get in. You're inside of this place.
I remember
that
when
place.
Gorbek blew himself.
Yes, this is Master Falarion's private workshop on the other side of the back garden. That is a separate building from the main manor.
Yeah, I will state that this place is where a friend of ours blew themselves up.
Well, it has to be Gorbek.
So,
No, some other guy. His name was Willem. He came here to study. He
Oh,
died.
not Willem. I've heard stories about
Willem, yeah.
They're all
Instead of
Anyways.
Willem Defriend, this guy could actually be Willem Dafoe because it was a bitter rival of Caleb's.
but yes,
Wilhelm Dafoe.
let's be careful heading out. I will know of all of the traps and everything that are laid, and slowly make our way out.
Okay. As you
Wait,
slowly
where-
make your way out, you guys are kind of stepping outside of this area into this kind of nice parlor sitting area. You do see a carpeted staircase that kind of leads up to a second floor. As you guys are just kind of taking in the place, kind of looking around and go to leave, the door opens up abruptly and Valerion stands there in the threshold, flaming orbs in his hand.
They're pointing Caleb.
And then as he kind of looks in and goes, "What?
Surprise!
Caleb, you could have at least warned me that you were coming into my private sanctum. I mean, I know I gave you pass, but sheesh. All of a sudden, my alarms went off, and I thought someone was burglarizing it.
Don't you
No.
have those alarms set to people?
Probably not like us.
I have it set to anyone who isn't me. No offense.
Smart point.
I'll accept that, I guess.
All right, well, Caleb, that means you've mastered the teleportation spell. Ah,
Yes! I finally
oh,
got to
well,
use
congratulations.
finally got to use the scroll that you gave me and imbued it in my book.
Initiation to the fifth circle. Such a wonderful time for a wizard.
Yes.
Anyway, where are my manners? Actually, he's kind of looking around, sees Salusa. I don't think Yandre has met him either. And has Kelmac met him?
Nope.
I don't think so. Looking around, going, of course. Your
And I
party
think
has changed again.
I think the last time that he saw Red
He's all effed
was
up.
the mask. He had
Yes.
the mask.
So
And
only
now-
Izal and me.
The only person in your party he
Yandre.
recognizes is Izal. He goes, oh, new friends. Sorry, you must understand, Caleb, that these things happen with adventuring parties. But I suppose
We-
where are my manners?
What do you mean?
I am. Well, obviously, your party members are either dead or retired.
Oh, okay, some retired. But you remember Izal,
Hi.
and
Indeed,
This-
I do.
this is Volred. And I let
Looks
that
over.
sink in.
And I was sitting there for a brief moment. He's sitting there. Oh, well. Hello. Just out of curiosity, if you look like that, why bother wearing a mask?
It's complicated.
I cast minor illusion.
Well, he did
Put
actually
your hands
see,
away.
Well, he did actually see Volred in that state. Remember, he was the first one I went to. He's the one who told me
the
to go
arm.
back.
Just the arm. He didn't see the face.
Oh, okay. Then yeah,
Yeah.
Well-
because-
you saw that affliction that was there.
yes, I suppose you got that handled.
That used to be a full body sleeve.
Hence the mask.
Ah, yes. Well, pleasure to have you back among the realms of the beautiful. And kind of looking back. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I am Master Valerian Leoden, Archmage, and teacher of students of the arcane arts. And while I am certainly happy to meet you all, I suppose we shall start by having you vacate my private sanctum, and then I should take you inside for a bit of tea. How does that sound?
Delightful.
Sounds
Excellent.
Alrighty.
And he's kind of ushering you guys out. As you do, you see him kind of gesturing, seems like resetting alarm spells, kind of closes the door, casts a spell. You know, the door kind of sinks back in. Well, excellent. Very well. Come on then. He's looking around. Well, you picked kind of a late time to arrive, Calum. But I suppose it works out, as most of the students are on their way to bed this evening. So it gives us adults time to enjoy each other's company for a bit.
It was more due to the fact that I wanted to be sure I had my slots for tomorrow, so I wanted to come in at night.
I see. So you're coming in hot then. All right. Kind of gestures. Yes.
Who are you?
Again. I am Master Valerian Leoden, an Archmagus, and I train young wizards and sorcerers here in my home.
And how do you know Caleb?
He was one of my teachers for a very long time.
Indeed.
Ah, one of your teachers?
Yes, I've had several teachers. My father, he was my first teacher. And then I came to Mr. Valerio. And I've had two other teachers that you have not.
I'm assuming they all teach you different things.
Yes. Mostly how to learn. That way, when I do go out, I can learn properly without hurting myself.
Well, great. Nice to meet you. My name is Jandre.
Yandre. And judging by the verdant color of your clothing, are you perhaps an Eladrin of the Spring Court?
Of the Autumn Court, but I prefer this form more.
Ah, excellent. Well, I see. Well, I haven't actually been to the Autumn Court, so that is quite interesting. Perhaps if you have time, you could regale me with some stories of your homeland. Still, and he's kind of gesturing you into a very large, kind of paneled salon, and starts kind of pouring drinks, different teas with honey. There's some stronger stuff if you guys need some of that. But as he kind of pours the tea, and housemaid Margaret kind of comes in and brings you guys little cookies or scones to kind of eat. He kind of lounges on the couch a little bit and goes, "Well, it's been quite a little bit of time. How about you catch me up on all that you've done?"
Nah.
And then I will go into full detail everything that we've done.
That we're allowed to tell.
Yes. And I will say that there is a contract that I am not able to speak of. But that is all I will say.
I see. Well, that does certainly appear to be quite an adventure. After all that, I suppose it's not surprising that you managed to reach the fifth circle. Well, very good indeed. And corruption cured all around. That stuff can be quite nasty, so I suppose it is beneficial that you've managed to get it handled sooner rather than later.
Yes, that has definitely been one of the positives. And finding the killing the shade that did afflict the curse. That definitely helped.
Indeed. Though I suppose you're not quite out of the woods yet. I very much doubt the goddess Cavail will be entirely pleased with you for killing one of her acolytes. I suppose at some point, sometime, someone is going to try and get revenge.
How
Only a
does
matter of
one
time.
stop this?
Well, I suppose it depends. The shades are limited in number, so they say. So if you kill enough of them, they simply will choose not to waste any more resources on you.
Ooh.
Beyond that, I suppose they could simply determine that there is no point to killing you. Perhaps you've gone beyond their ability. It's hard to say exactly.
A thought just occurred to me. What type of retaliation do they usually do if a shade is, say, killed?
I can't really say. There isn't much information, the goddess Cavail, or any of the black gods, the Pantheon, to be quite honest. And there are not very many stories of, or really any of which I am aware, where someone has actually managed to kill a shade.
Has there ever been an instance where someone has seen more than one shade come to do a job?
Yes. Particularly with powerful champions. But it's not a very common thing, obviously. You can imagine the price one has to pay for one shade. Two is exceptionally more expensive.
Yes, we just had a quite a difficult time with the one that we faced. I would hate to imagine if we had two, or maybe even three, what our luck would have been.
50 shades.
Well, you are the only people of which I am aware that have battled a shade and survived. So, I suppose you have more information on their skill set and nature than I will be able to help you with. So, I suppose at this point it would just pay to be, how should I say, well versed in your enemy.
I wish I knew more about our enemy, but time will tell and see how it goes.
I took notes, Caleb, if you want to look over them.
I will most definitely take a look at them.
Yeah.
And I imagine, a little bit more time until the late hours of the evening. Anything in particular you guys wanted to discuss with Valerion before you headed home?
Not in particular. Mostly just wanted to chit chat a little bit.
Want to see some
go ahead,
really
Hazel.
cursed shit?
I mean, I am of course curious.
Well,
It's not a trick question.
We did happen to be the only ones you know who have fought and killed Shades of Cavail. They happen to carry lovely weapons if you want to take a look at them.
Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind taking a look.
You're not allowed to touch it, though, is what we were told. So I pull the wrappings out of the haversack, set them down, unfold it. An arrow, a short sword, and a long sword. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of takes a quick look at him. Ah, Shadow Forged. Wow. That's quite disturbing, but I suppose, entirely on brand, if we're all being honest. Well, I imagine artifacts such as that will fetch a nice price if you choose to sell them.
Well, I'm just carrying them around.
How
I
much would they
was-
sell for?
Well, shadow forged weapons in this case. For a legitimate buyer, you could probably get a few thousand gold for the set. There are, in darker circles, individuals who specifically look for cursed objects, in which case you could pay a little bit more, but I would warn you that trafficking in cursed objects is something that one requires a permit for, and the Athenium would not be very pleased to hear about adventurers disseminating accursed goods amongst the populace.
I wrap them up. Let's put those away.
But I was more thinking of trying to find somebody to reforge and shift the enchant.
Well, an artificer could potentially do the work. Some higher-end blacksmiths could probably do the work as well. Though if they are accursed and corrupted, I'm not entirely sure how many of them would be interested in doing that kind of work. Given the level of risk, it's likely to be expensive.
Yes. But I'm going to try. I have a name of somebody that I would like to take these. And on our way there, the only thing that we need to get is try and find a rare and precious metal for them to work as a bribe.
Ah, I see. I suppose then you're going to go see Master Dave. Yes. Quite skilled, I'll admit, and his workshop would be useful in managing the corruption. But I would warn you, he has a affinity for particularly rare ores. I suppose if you could manage to get your hands on celestial bronze, that would be something he'd be very keen to get his hands on. But I suppose anything from another plane would do.
Do you happen to have a contact or somebody that we might be able to get such a thing?
Contact? Well, I mean, of course, there are shops here in the Sterling district that carry a variety of materials. However, if you're looking for something of that particular sort, you're best off checking the annexes. They keep a variety of rare resources up there for the purpose of magical study, and in case the odd wizard or sorcerer requires it for some purpose. That would likely be your best shot.
Then I will most definitely take a look and try and see what I can find. I appreciate your help. I'm sorry for
My
just
pleasure.
barging in like this. Next time I will try and warn you.
Yes, of course. I would appreciate that.
Although you should have seen my father's face when I popped into his study and I said, I bet you didn't see that coming.
Well, did he see it coming?
No, he didn't.
Yes, well, that one actually would have been nice to see.
Probably the only time I've ever actually seen him appalled.
Well, he doesn't startle easily, so.
But I've taken enough of your time. Have a good night, and next time I will let you know ahead of time.
Very well. Nice meeting you all. I suppose I should show you out.
And then we'll head back to our house.
He does so.
Milo?
Sayonara.
What kind of magic do you practice again?
I am an enchanter by trade.
Oh, then this might be useful for you. You see Andre digging around in his bag, and he pulls out one of the moon blossoms that he picked.
Master Leoden kind of takes a look at it. There's a brief moment, and then a spark of recognition. Oh, that is something I am most certainly interested in. He kind of looks you over. From the Autumn Court, you say? Well, I suppose this is from your homeland?
Somewhat. It's from a rift in... I don't remember if I'm supposed to tell you this. A rift in Plains.
Well, that was wonderfully ambiguous, so I very much doubt you're breaking any pacts there. So, very well, I suppose you're interested in selling it?
Yandre looks around cause I wasn't going to sell it, but should I sell it? It's kind of like the question that's on his face right now.
Could be a gift.
Well, you just presented something that he very much desires. So yes, you can very much sell it.
I would like to sell it.
Well, you can, of course, feel free to check the prices yourself, but an item such as that for a single stem would run 500 gold pieces.
For a single stem?
Indeed.
Do I have the whole flower, or is this just the stem? You're talking about just one flower is 500 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. And you have two of them.
Great. Yes, I will take that for 500 gold pieces.
And he kind of takes it, kind of sets it down a brief moment, very gently, kind of gestures, pulls out pot. Is it okay if I pay you in platinum?
Sure.
Very well. And he starts fishing out 50 platinum pieces, kind of stacks them up in stacks of 5, so that way you can tell. Very well. Are we good?
Yes, but one other question. What do you use that for?
Well, it is something that is commonly referred to as a metamagic component. And is generally used in 2 separate ways. It allows you to enhance an enchantment spell, essentially making it stronger without incurring any additional cost, magic-wise, from yourself. Alternatively, it can be used in a similar fashion in enchanting potions, making things like a potion of love or similar mind-affecting things with much greater potency, harder to resist, that sort of thing.
And I look over to Caleb and I'm like, do you ever intend to make potions like that?
I would love to start making potions like that, but the issue with that is that requires time and money to invest in a station to be able to make that stuff.
So
And
no.
we don't stay in one place long enough for me to do this. So no.
Okay. Yandre looks back in his bag and is like, grabs the other one. And is like, do you want another one for 500 gold pieces as well?
You kind of. Yes, of course. And he kind of pulls back out the gold pouch again. Starts fishing out more platinum pieces. Stacks them up the same way. Very well. 50 platinum pieces.
Thank you so much. Caleb, I was going to save that for you in case you wanted to use it for its magical properties, but if you're not planning on using it, then this is probably a better thing.
Most definitely.
Great. Yes, I'm
Oh,
good.
the things Valerian can do with that.
I'm not going to get into Valerian's needs
Things.
and gestures for these things.
He's the BBEG of this campaign. Never trust an enchantment wizard.
Yeah.
Well, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Ah, thank you. And then as he kind of, walks you guys out. Well, of course, don't be strangers, and if you ever require anything, of course, feel free to let me know.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So, you guys return to Sweet Nut Manor.
Gotta do the
And it's
handle.
kind of coming. Yeah, I gotta jiggle that handle. It's locked, so you unlock it.
Shit, where the keys?
And then entered. Yeah. As you guys come in, the place is as sparsely furnished as you recall.
Kind of dusty.
It's got like a thin layer of dust over everything. You can kind of see some cobwebs in the corner, and you're like, oh, yep. And there's a kind of a faint, rotted smell coming from the area that you guys do your cooking. Perhaps some food, that wasn't purged before you guys left.
I thought we got it
Just
all,
left to
but we
rot.
might have missed a piece.
I didn't think we
Well-
actually bought food and brought it back.
Oh yeah.
Gelmac did.
We
Oh, God.
He went grocery shopping the morning you guys left.
That's right.
He's
So-
new.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I put the shirt over the nose. Like, oh, I'm gonna go take care of that. I might need some help with the smell later. So I'm rushing straight back to the kitchen. Like, oh God, where is it?
Yeah.
Go through.
Salusa
drawers.
kind of makes her way in, looks around, it's like, oh, this is where you've been staying. It's, charming.
Practically, we stayed here for like a night.
It's like 3 weeks total, I think.
Oh, right, we did.
You might want to consider a housekeeper.
So, Lucy, do you have a job?
With that, she kind of cuts her eyes over to you. Like,
I peer out for the kitchen. Like, do you have a job?
well, I suppose if I am staying here rent-free, or I guess we haven't exactly discussed the terms, I suppose I could pitch in a little with the cleaning.
Why is it green? Yeah. Took like 15, 20 minutes to throw all that crap out. It's just outside right now, though.
Yep. And just kind of lighting some of the candles, get some light back into place. And then you guys kind of have to go through the effort of, like, taking some of the sheets off and beating the dust, so that way you guys don't sleep on sleepy or dusty beds.
Alright.
All right. Now that you got everything out, I'm going to go in there and try and get rid of the smell with magic.
Prestidigitation.
Just magic everything.
We need some floral
Yep.
scents or something. Jesus.
So you guys do that. Spend some time cleaning up the place a little bit. After about a half hour or so, you guys hear a banging on your door.
Were we expecting company?
I get it.
What time is it?
Pull out the
First
axe
off?
and I go to the front door.
It is evening, like say 10 o'clock.
Who is it?
On guard.
Alright, now I have nothing to retort. I open the door. What?
You open the door and see what looks like one guard lieutenant and about 8 other guardsmen, all with their hands on their weapons, standing out in your entry yard. The guards lieutenant kind of looks down at you, and then his eyes kind of flip through to the rest of the people.
Yes?
Are you... Pulls out a leaf of paper. DBA SNM.
Well, no.
Not anymore.
We have that
Kind of
name.
looking down. Well, we have some things that need to be settled. You and your compatriots are going to have to come with us.
What'd you do?
I
Look over at his all.
I literally just got here, so it could be a lot. Is it like for a whole group kind of thing, or individuals
Indeed.
listed in?
There are charges of fraud and theft against your group. Charges that need to be answered.
Did you steal
What?
something?
I don't remember stealing anything. Alright.
All right.
So I lean over to the other side of the door, and I just start clapping and making noise as I cast message to Seleucus. It's like, hey, they only asked for the group. You're not part of the group. Stay here.
At which point in
Do you want me to
time
bring the
it's
axe
like you
with
guys
me, or weapons stay here? I think they should just stay here, right?
kind of looks at you over. It's best that weapons stay here. If you bring them with you, we'll only take them from you later.
Are we going to be gone for a long time?
Probably
Kind of looks over to you.
20-minute walk.
Are
to get
you a
there.
member of this party?
Have I officially been signed on,
You
or
were
no?
written into the ones for Silver Knights of the Mythal.
But not DBA SNM.
If they're asking for
That is
DBA S&M, that is technically a different group that might not have been updated. So
Yeah. So I would say no.
we have 3 of us that for sure would be on there.
It's a shame that Volred is not here. Being Dare Love, I will tend to the house in your absence.
Right now, there's only 2 members of that group, so that are listed there. So yeah, it would just be Caleb and I that'll be going with you.
So are they going to be gone for a long time?
At least 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute walk there. It's going to take.
Depends. If the charges against them can be substantiated, they may not be coming back for quite a while.
What are they being detained for?
For fraud and theft.
Specifically, is there a specific item that was stolen or taken?
I whisper into Yandra's ear, perhaps you should go? Not as a member of the party, but...
As their barrister.
Our legal representative.
Yandre is our lawyer.
May I join for legal purposes?
They kind of look to you. He's all.
He is a member of the court.
He goes, very well. I'll say you are entitled to legal representation.
Give me like 2 minutes to take all this shit off. axe down. Weapons coming off. Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, so Izal, Calum, and Yandre are escorted to the local garrison, just the one here in the ward, where you guys are brought into a room relieved of your belongings and then brought into a separate room. It's kind of like it's got stone walls on 3 sides, one of which has a door, and kind of like an observation or interrogation room. The wall that would normally have one-way glass instead just has like prison bars, but there is a room on the other side that's kind of like a mirror of it, though smaller. So you would assume it would be some sort of observation area, or some area from which to observe you. But as you guys make your way in, you guys kind of sit down. You guys aren't chained. So the lieutenant goes, and in that kind of dramatic fashion, that laced up cops usually do, they kind of sit wide and kind of sit down and imposing as possible in the chair opposite your group as he kind of flips through some pages. So, you are the group formerly known as DBA SNM?
Well, yes.
That stands to be decided, because if someone claimed what another group did because they haven't met us in a while, that might be important evidence.
Okay, and he starts writing notes. And, your name?
Me?
Indeed.
Izal Zella, from the clan Zella, from Moradun. I do most of our paperwork.
Indeed. I see your name all over the guild paperwork. And he mentioned you serve to be Calum.
Yes, that is correct.
And Yandre, who is not on this list, is your legal counsel?
Correct.
Very well. And what of the other members of your party? Mr. Gorbeck, Gander, Volred, and Arthur.
Well, they haven't been with us in quite some time.
Locations undetermined pretty much across the board. I know at least 2 of them retired, and one likes to slip out by themselves, and the other one, we haven't seen them they're the one we haven't seen for a really long time. So, whereabouts unknown?
Let me see. Well, you, of course, as stated previously, are being held on charges of fraud and theft. Specifically, a job taken from the Abaddon Adventurers Guild, wherein you agreed to transport merchants' cargo to the town of Astorim. You accepted 50% payment up front and then absconded in the middle of the night with some precious objects of the merchant caravan. Do you deny this?
Abaddon, I don't believe we accepted an escort quest. We've only accepted one of those.
Can you go into explicit details of the quest so that way it may jog my client's memory?
Very well. Specifically speaking, they were hired by the Fox. Oh no, notes.
Sorry, that's my note thingy. I moved it.
By the Fox shipping company to deliver precious goods of food and looks like textiles to Astorim from Abaddon. The contract was for 500 gold pieces to protect the caravan. You were paid, or DBA SNM and its representatives were paid 50% upfront, that is 250 gold, upon the signing of the contract. About halfway towards the destination, DBA SNM and its party members absconded in the middle of the night with looks like several bolts of fine silken textiles, as well as 750 gold in precious gemstones.
Alright. Now, from my memory,
don't-
Eric, I know we did not do an escort mission.
You've never been to Avedon.
Yeah, because we haven't been to Avedon.
You've been to Eladon, but not Avedon.
Which I've had this mixed up. So, like, I know we've only done one escort mission aside from, like, an individual.
Yep. Like, none of this rings a bell.
The Fox, what was the name of the guild?
The Fox Shipping Guild.
Fox Shipping Guild. Is that the same symbol that was on the material where we found at the Goblin encampment?
Up in
the top
Mount
of the mountain?
Arbot?
Yeah.
No, that was a lion.
Okay, I was making sure that those weren't.
And you still have no idea
Hey,
who
so-
that
Did we
belongs
get wait
to.
for that one or not? No, it wasn't. Okay, I was just crossing those over in my things for it. No, doesn't ring a bell, as I've never been to Avedon. I was planning on going eventually, but if I'm wanted, probably not now.
Yeah. We definitely did not take this mission whatsoever.
Do you have a written document where we did sign off on this? Because I do sign for all of our accepted quests.
Yes. And he kind of pulls over and kind of slides it over to you. And you see what appears to be a standard document for the Adventurers Guild, outlining the terms as he stated them. And you see the handwritten names of Izal, Calum, Gorbeck, Gander, and Arthur. Well, yeah, actually, yes, Arthur. And Arthur has rather nice handwriting as well.
He's got that
Oh, and Volred is in there.
calligraphy skill.
Yep.
It's pretty. He has no idea what it says.
Do they actually? Sorry. And do you happen to have any other documentation that's signed by each party member?
We do not at this time. The guild is helping us out. A representative of the guild who actually hired you happens to be in town at the moment. We are bringing him here, and hopefully he'll be able to make a positive ID.
Is there a time frame where this quest was accepted in Underfront? Because we do travel around a lot, and
Yes, he kind of gestures to a section at the top of the page and shows this would have been only 7 or 8 days ago.
which we would have been smack dab in an entirely another country, essentially, in the free cities.
He would have been
Okay.
several hundred miles away.
Which we can't say we were, because we've signed a pact of why we were. No? I'd look at the rest, at Calum and Jan.
I did post the specific language in there for your reference. Because I imagine Yandere is going to fey the shit out of that.
You're talking? Is this the Fey Pack stuff?
Yeah. Just in case any of that specific wording.
Would this have been while we were visiting Volred's like family? Like, is this around the same time frame?
It
Or
might
is
have
it-
been one of the quests that we were doing up
Yeah,
there.
it would have. It would have been at that point. You guys either would have been somewhere in the Dwarven Mountains or heading back.
So
Make
we had
one.
signed for a quest. What guild was that one? Jace.
The Adventurers Alliance.
And so Yandre's looking over the documentation and the paperwork and says, this would have been only a couple of days ago, correct?
Do we get copies
Gee.
of our agreements from guilds that we sign with?
Not once they're done, but your inn, who's the clerk, will tell you that the completed documents are kept on file. So yes, the Adventurers Guild, you don't have a copy, but the Adventurers Guild definitely has a copy.
So Yandere will look back and say, this doesn't appear to align with the timelines of where we were and how we've been. Also, this job was accepted by DBA SNM, which has been retired. So if you're saying that this was in 7 days and DBA SNM was the one that signed for this, you should be able to account for a new guild that was reassigned and gestured under Azal. Silver Knights of the Mythal.
Silver Knights of the Mythal.
And I
And
believe
you can also
we
check.
also have paperwork of that.
Which would be
We
dated
do.
from when we
That's true,
changed
because
our
you filled it
names.
out in triplicate.
You can also check with the Adventurers, I believe, Alliance. That guild, as we did accept a job from them within the last week or so, that would allow us to formidably prove that we are acting under the Civil Knights of the Mythal and not DBA SNM.
I would like to meet with the individual who had signed the contract with us, though, because perhaps they
He'll be
were
here shortly.
lied to by some individual portraying that they were actually us when they weren't.
Yes. He kind of goes through, takes back the paperwork, shuffles it up. Well, we have alerted the guild that you're present, and provide us with any additional information. Stay here for a moment. You want some water or something?
I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
Because I gotta go to the bathroom if we do that.
Okay. You guys are left in the room for probably about a half hour or so before the door on the opposite side of the bars opens up, and the lieutenant, along with one other guard and a halfling man, walk in. The halfling appears to be a nice dress, kind of a poofy shirt with this kind of dark navy blue vest. Nice fabric, kind of medium brown backing, and, nice pants. Kind of comes in, gestures, is looking at you guys. No immediate recollection. The lieutenant kind of has the handful of papers in his hand and kind of gestures off. Is this them? And the halfling kind of looks up and goes, "No, that's actually not them." And the lieutenant is kind of looking down and looking over. "You sure?" Gentleman goes, "I'm not fucking blind. It's not them. There was another dwarf that had black hair, not blonde. The wizard was a half-elf. Then they had a gnome. And then they had a human who wore baggy clothes. And yeah, and he just starts rattling off, and it's like the races don't even really mix, like different. And the lieutenant is going, "All right, thank you, Mr. Carter. We have what we need, thank you." And then this halfling man, apparently Mr. Carter, looks over and goes, "But if it's not them, then who the fuck has my goods?"
That is a good question.
And then he goes, "We're continuing to work on it. Thank you. And a guild representative will be here shortly to discuss elevating this issue." And he's kind of taking people out. He looks through the bars. Yes?
So, with that dismissal, these erroneous and specious debts and things that you are charging my clients with are going to be dropped.
Yes, it's clear we're dealing with imposters here.
Do you have any other questions for the captain here?
Could you offer us a description, perhaps, the next time you're looking for these individuals, and just instead of going off of a name? Because I can assure you that anyone with the last name of Zella would not have black hair.
Fair enough. It just came across our desk today, so...
Is there some way that we could perhaps help you? Because I don't like people using my name in vain, as well as any of my associates, as well as a name that I wasn't too fond of, but we ended up using anyway, that we worked really hard to build up some semblance of respect to it.
Understood.
Yes, I definitely want to get to the bottom of this.
Well, if it is indeed an issue of imposters, then the guild will be involved. And that means the guild will issue a bounty. As members of the Adventuring Guild, you're free to take up the bounty if you wish.
Right.
You'll be able to speak to your guild representative about that.
Do the signatures that they signed with on our names, do they match the signatures that we typically would use? So they're just
That's why I asked earlier, but he didn't have the other.
Nope, the names were right. But that's really
signatures
it.
are wrong? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. More information.
Can we leave now?
And whoever has this information is very outdated.
Very well.
Outdated in their information.
The door on your side opens up, and you guys are free to leave, collect your belongings and such.
I'm going to ask if I can get a written out description of the imposters.
We don't comment or disseminate information on active investigations. If the guild decides to elevate this to a bounty, that information should be provided by the guild if you take up the contract.
Can you give us a writ of dismissal for the Civil Knights of the Mythos, just showing that you've already completed and concluded your investigation of my clients?
All right. Fair enough.
And can you sign it, please?
Yeah, and as you guys are in the process of redonning all your equipment, comes back a little bit time later, he's kind of waving some still wet ink and kind of shows it to you, Yandre. It's basically just a notice stating a very quick summary of the issue. It's got his name and it's stamped with the garrison.
Thank you very much.
So, my pleasure. Thank you for being so amenable, and apologies for any inconvenience.
If you have any more information, you know where we're at. Usually.
And if you find out any more information, you know where we're at.
Can we ask you to come during normal business hours next time, though?
He kind of chuckles a little bit.
We'll put a sign out in the front door like warrants only served
Yeah,
between
well,
9
he
and
chuckles a little
5.
bit and is like, from what I understand, you are only occasionally available. Is there some other individual that we should contact in case we need to get a hold of you?
You can communicate at the Manor of SNM. There will be a representative there.
Very well.
And they will always know how to get a hold of us.
There's probably wasn't a representative there for like the last 6 days. Until
I never said that there was a representative. I said there will be a representative.
We did check for mail. There's like a stack of just past due information. It's like, oh shit, there's a couple of notices here.
Yeah. It's like the downside with like all of your properties. So like you go back to Rue Alatas or whatever. It's like, hey, and it's like, hey, here's your stack of mail, and it's like a bill that's like 3
Foreclosed,
months
already
past. Yeah,
sold.
foreclosure notice 6 months old.
Why are you guys describing my mailbox IRL?
But yes, you guys return, all told, perhaps an hour and a half out of your evening. At this point, it looks as though they've got a lot of cleaning done at the house, such that it's at least livable.
All right, so given the description that we got from the individual, is it anybody that Caleb or any of the other party members would have recognized?
Is it someone I have pissed off?
Not as far as you know. Basically, it seems like they got a party where it's like it's a female dwarf, a wizard dude, a short guy, like.
That does
So-
describe our party pretty well.
So
I mean,
just extremely
describe your
vague
party
information.
only in the vaguest terms. Yes, anyone who actually knows any of you would be able to discern the difference.
Wonder how strong they are.
Well, considering they're ripping off random adventurers' names, pretty sure they're not very strong.
I want to go beat him up.
I would like to go do that as well, but at the current moment, there's not a bounty, and there's no information on where they are.
But that's the legal way of doing it.
That's the way you make money doing it.
Can't we hire the flaming people to do it for us? They take jobs out on people, don't they?
Yes, but then we aren't the ones hunting them down and stopping.
Yeah, good point. I'm just upset.
Don't you feel for the Zella name somebody impersonating you?
Yeah, I'm upset. I want to go kill them now if I knew where they're at, but I don't know, and legally I can't do anything. If I do something, then I ruin this name, and I gotta change it again.
Well, you could say it was a different impersonator.
Formally, the party formerly doing business as SNM. There's a lot of letters involved, and none of them make a word.
Yeah, because that would mean it would be the party
TB.
previous DBA SNM.
Yeah, it's too many.
Anyways, let's get some rest. We can reach out to the Adventurers Guild later on to see if there are any updates. Because I would like to know what's going on with this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do not like getting arrested. Especially when it's something I didn't do.
Arrest me for my own crimes, not someone else's. That's a good point. Ugh.
But I'm going to go to bed.
I'm going to take a quick walk to blow off some steam. I'll be back to bed.
Halo has his own room, right?
Presently, everyone has their own room. You don't know how it's going to work now that there is another lady in the home.
Red's room.
Well, Caleb is going to go to his room.
Or my room. My room's pretty big. I don't need all this space.
And Caleb is going to cast Arcane Eye. Find out where he's all going.
You're a smart man, Caleb. That's why I like you.
Okay. Alright, so where is he's all going?
Step 1. The Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
See who's
Yep.
working tonight.
No one you recognize.
Go in, say hi, see if there's been any new posts about bounties for impersonation.
You do not see your particular bounty present just yet.
Around some papers like, if one comes up, we're really interested, this is our address, we're local, let us know. We're really gonna jump on that as quick as possible. I'll probably be
Fair
back
enough.
tomorrow. And then I leave. And then I head on over to try to find if Godwin's still at his little underground area.
He is indeed.
Go down the steps. Godwin!
As you kind of come in, you see him in the back. Looks like he's transcribing text, perhaps like a translation. You're not entirely sure.
Mm.
She kind of come in and goes, "Ah, Mr. Cezanne, yes, return. Welcome. I trust my enchantments are working for you."
Oh, yeah. Killed a whole bunch of stuff.
Good, good.
I'm not interrupting
What can I do
anything,
for
but
you?
time sensitive, am I?
No, I'm just in the process of translating a book, and so that it's easier to move about and reproduce. It's taxing work, so I try to only do it when I have no other tasks.
Well, I brought you something. Because last time I was here, you asked if I could look for something really cool, and I think I got something for you. And I pull out the small package. It's the eyes from the Umber Hulk. And like, we killed an Umber Hulk not like 7 or so days ago, but the bag of colding really good for preserving things. So I would pull those out, and I was like, usually we fight them in the Underdark, but it was on the surface, so figured why not.
Quite unusual. And you kind of bring out the eyes. He goes, "Yes, you could use this for potion ingredients. What were you thinking as far as selling it? Assuming that is what you were hoping to do."
Well, I mean, selling it's good, but I also you gave me some good deals on some stuff before, so it's more like a good faith kind of thing I like to keep going.
Of course, very well.
And have you
It's certainly appreciated.
you dabble in information every once in a while? I know we've asked you from time to time.
Well, my profession is sage. So, yes, information is actually my primary skill.
Are you familiar with the Shades of Cavail?
Let me see. Thinks about it. I've read a number of books on the topic, yes.
What if I were to tell you I have first-hand experience on how to fight them?
I would say that's somewhat interesting. The accounts that I have read suggest that the Shades are somewhat unique. They fight with different skill and tactics, the same way different adventurers might. They do have certain attributes that they share, but you could consider them. Well, no two are quite the same.
Well, if I can give you some information about how they fight and ways, their weaknesses, how we handled them, would that be worth anything as far as maybe you have some cool stuff laying around that you might be willing to trade it for?
I could expand my reservoir of knowledge, yes. Unfortunately, Shades of Cavail are not exactly common enemies for adventurers, so I'm not certain that it would be marketable. That said, I might have some interesting things lying around, and seeing as how you have made effort to ensure the fruitfulness of this relationship, I can haggle.
Well, I produce a small paper packet of stuff I've been writing down, of like information. I was like, I've got the best transcript I have of our entire encounter we had with it, and with the Umber Hulk's eyes. Maybe we can come up with a deal. And I don't really know what he might have, but I just like going to Godwin because he's fun.
Yes. Sits for a moment.
I also don't want to take a lot of time from people, so.
Yeah. You can kind of think about it. Is there something in particular you're looking for?
I find that I really freaking suck in a fight if I'm not right next to something, and people like to use magic to get away from me, and I don't really have a way of solving that problem yet, other than running at them. That's more of a personal issue. I'm working on it. But I have come all kinds of uses. Like I've got like a ring of swimming that was helpful one time, and the axe is really strong, and I haven't used the other ring that I have, but it probably will come in handy. Bag of colding is really handy. I don't know. And like out of character, if you want to just come up with something when you have time to think about it, that's entirely fine. I'm not looking to take a bunch of time for
I have something that might interest you. It is something I recently acquired from an adventuring group who had a cleric in their party pass away and needed some money to bury the poor sot. But perhaps it would be useful to you. And he kind of goes into a back room and then pulls out. You see this kind of dark cobalt blue shaft with golden accents and this large kind of wicked tip of a javelin.
Ooh.
Kind of flips it around. This is a favored weapon of the storm god Barricale. I suppose weapons of its ilk are not uncommon to dwarves up in Moradun. And he kind of sets the javelin down. Of course, it produces a lightning bolt when thrown. This might close the distance, so to speak, with your range problem.
And I got a few javelins, but this one looks way better than that one.
Indeed.
I mean, looks great. Are you willing to trade it?
Well, this doesn't exactly match up exactly, but given what you've already provided, could we agree on, say, 150 gold pieces?
I can do 150 gold.
Very well. Then, the information you've provided, along with the potion ingredients and 150 gold for a javelin of lightning.
And I will hand over 10 platinum and... That's right. 500 silver. Alright.
Yeah.
I'll keep my eye out for cool things for you.
Of course. Thank you, and hopefully you put it to good use.
Mm-hmm. Well, good luck with your transcribing.
Of course. Though, as of now, and he kind of looks over to the Umber Hulk, I'm going to be organizing some potion ingredients.
Well, Good luck. And I leave.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay. So, is there anything else before you guys take a long rest?
Nope.
All right. So you guys awake the following morning on the 40th day of the first seed. As the kind of general stiffness and wear of your previous adventures is kind of catching up, you guys hear a light tapping on your front door this morning.
Caleb will go downstairs to find out who is at the door.
Okay. As you open up the door, you find a blue dragonborn standing before you in a similarly fashioned kind of deep purple shirt and red vest. He carries a large tome with some papers and scrolls under one arm, and you see he bears the sash. And at the bottom of it, you can actually see the stylized dragon of the Adventurers Guild banner. He kind of sits there for a moment, looking down at you. Hello. I am here to speak with the Silver Knights of the Mythal.
Well, improvement from last night. At least you got our names correct. My name is Caleb. How can I help you?
Yes. I am a representative of the Adventurers Guild, your liaison, so to speak.
All right, and you are a representative for what?
Kind of sits there for a minute. Sorry, did I skip over that part? Sorry. Yes, let me begin from the beginning. I am your liaison. Specifically, it is my job to liaison between the Adventuring Guild and your party. Wait, you are a member of the Silver Knights of the Mythal, yes?
Yes. What are you trying to relay to us?
Right. I am here to introduce myself and to help your party with your endeavors.
So, are you a trainee?
No, I've actually been with the guild for nearly 30 years now.
I'm sorry. So, how are you supposed to help us? And why are we being assigned a liaison?
Sorry, did the clerk at the guild not explain?
Hey,
This is...
pause 1 moment. Is all
Ah. Mm.
Adventurers Guild stuff.
I'm coming. Hold on. Let's go down to half dressed. What's up?
I'm not dumb enough for this morning.
Okay, so you called me? That's rude. You can go to bed, you nerd. How can I help you? I'm Izal. I handle the paperwork.
Hello. I am a liaison of the Adventuring Guild. I am here to introduce myself and to help your party with its next steps.
Right. Assuming Caleb called me down here for a reason, I left a note with the Adventurers Guild last night to let us know if any new news have come of that, of, say, a bounty out for perhaps the impersonation that was going out there. Do you have any information on that at all?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am here to discuss that as part of our normal meeting that we'll be having from now on.
Is that because you all fucked up and let someone sign for the wrong guild?
No, that is standard procedure for parties of your particular rank to be assigned a liaison.
Oh, that's good.
Has the clerk really not explained it? This was supposed to be explained to you when you completed your last assignment for the guild.
Oh. Yeah, but that was a while ago. We haven't gone through our mail yet, so we might have missed some communication there. So, would you like to come in? No one's awake right now. It's just Caleb and me, and nothing's going on. If you want to sit in the living room for a little while?
Yes, that would be just fine.
Please, come right in. Have a seat. I'll gesture at him and we'll walk to the living room. Have a seat. It's still a little dusty. We've been gone for a while. And I will, just 1 second, I'll start waving my hands out, putting fingers out there. Start pointing to everyone. It's like, we've got a Silver Knights of the Mythal meeting down the living room right now. Wake up. And I'll start pointing at people.
Alright, at this time, you'll hear Yandre's door handle jiggle and then just slam open. And it's like, hey, yo! Y'all behaving out here?
Ah, shit.
He walks up and Alexis, hey! It's a dragon! But like a human! But it's a dragon! Yo! Full red!
He does it. He's really new, so...
And all you hear, like just real quickly, you see like the form of Summer Yandre like run across to head over to Volred's room, and he just starts like knocking on Volred's door. Hey, get out here! You gotta see this! It's a fucking dragon!
He doesn't mean it that way.
I exit my room. I look at Yandre as if to say, just non-verbally with my face, what the fuck?
I know! It's a fucking dragon! Look! And, like, Summer Yandre gets behind Volred and starts like pushing him towards where the dragon, where he is.
And I'm just going to look over to the dragon and say, I'm usually the more socially awkward one here, and look over at Yandre, look it back at him, and just say, I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing? That's cool as fuck. How often do you see that?
Jesus.
I bet you he sees this reaction never.
I would offer you like tea or something, but we got nothing in the house right now, so...
Yes, I suppose discussing amenities for keeping your lair well stocked is something we'll need to put on the list for discussion today.
Did he just call it a lair? Yo, we live in a lair! Fuck, that's cool!
Oh, I love Summer Yandre.
He's a morning person.
He's a yes man.
Hey, you want something to drink, right?
I thought the ladies just said you didn't have anything.
Oh, no, last night I found this bag of like cool leaves that were in the pantry.
Oh,
It says A something.
Volred's like, oh no!
Leaves. Apologies. As a dragonborn, I am a carnivore.
But what's that got anything to do with you drinking something?
Oh, I see. You're going to make tea from the leaves. No, thank you.
Good call.
All right, cool. I thought I would be nice or something and get you some like.
Your
Hey,
hospitality
sure.
is well appreciated. Thank you.
Do all dragon people talk like that?
What do you mean?
I'm just asking because you sound like you got a cold a little bit, and I didn't know if that was like your thing.
Volred just goes back into his room.
It was nice meeting you.
Fuck it. I just point directly up where I know Caleb's at. Caleb, it's really just for you at this point. If you come down here.
Caleb, stay down.
Oh, good. So
what's going on?
our liaison
Yes.
here, he's the direct representative. He helps us out since we are higher ranking members of the Adventurers Guild.
Indeed. I am Mandrazath. I am Mandrazath. I am. Yes, I am your guild liaison. When parties such as yourself reach the golden rank, well, you are assigned a liaison. It is my responsibility to help you facilitate your endeavors to get to know your group, suggest the best jobs that will suit your individual talents, as well as make you aware of all the amenities and services and benefits you get with your rank and affiliation with the guild. I am also there to help you answer any questions and help you your rating, so to speak.
Well, is there like a pamphlet or a brochure that we should be going over so we have an idea, or is it all verbally?
The giant hose. I have it all written down here.
Thank God, because I am not going to be able to write this down as you're speaking.
Can I have a question? Speaking more over the idiot matters. What can we do now that we couldn't before? Do to help speed things along and try to get the bounty on the party that has now pretended to be us.
That is an excellent question, Master Caleb. To put more simply, I can serve as your direct clerk in this regard. We can meet at regular intervals, and I am free and available to answer any questions you have regarding the guild, its amenities, or other services, as well as the ability to finalize any contracts and negotiations you have with the guild. That way you don't have to travel there yourself and wait in line and deal with the clerks. My tone is not necessarily comprehensive, but as I get to know you and your goals and your skills, I will be able to curate the quests that the guild has and bring to you items that I think best fit your talents and your abilities. And goals.
So Caleb, hold on. It's all one month. Yo, man. So basically, what you're telling me right now is that we're so badass and shit. You're helping us with jobs.
Well, I cannot go in and completely just with you.
You're a runner.
In a way, yes, it is my job to remove obstacles in your group's way.
Yo, you're so fucking cool.
Well, I should say that only 28% of the parties on the current guild roster make it to this level. So I suppose you could say, yes, you are shit.
You getting it, man. You getting it. So we're like 70, we're like
72.
72% better than other people's.
I would say that puts you in the 28th percentile.
I don't care about cents and tiles, man. I'm just saying we're cool as shit.
Yes. So, apologies. I was informed of your return only last evening, and I was set by the guild to help resolve the issue that you apparently had with the garrison. The guild has reviewed the documentation provided, along with additional documentation that was via priority mail via the Athoria branch, and sworn testimony from there does conclusively say that you are not suspects. So that's something good news.
Yeah, man. The last time I got some good news like that, somebody told me I was not a father.
Okay. So,
Alright, so
Oprah.
what avenues of communication do you have available to you? Because, as you well know, we do not generally stay in one place for very long.
of course, that is why I am here. And he kind of looks around, doesn't see a table, so just kind of sets the stuff on the floor, reaches into his vest pocket and pulls out like a small case, almost kind of looks like a cigarette case. And he kind of goes and opens it up, and you see two like stone pendants that have like dragon faces on them. These are ascending stones. I will keep one, you will keep the other, and then if we need to communicate, you can simply let me know. Such as if you know you're going to be in town, you can give me a heads up and let me know so I can stop by, or we can schedule an appointment as necessary if that is required. So, I believe, for starters, I should get to understand your party and your goals and your talents.
We don't have goals yet.
Well, then what about aptitudes? Are there particular kinds of quests in which you are particularly interested or skilled?
I don't know about animal stuff, but I like to fight.
I would say earlier on in our adventuring career, me and Izal
and I.
I was about to say that. I was about to say that.
Bad habit.
It's fine. You're doing good though, Kim. Keep going.
we generally tried to avoid quests that had to involve undead and things of that nature, or ghosts. Yes.
I like to fight those though, so you can keep those now.
Yes, and that's what I'm actually about to say.
My bad. Keep going.
We have passed up on a few quests to do with ruins because of that, and now given our
Aptitude.
aptitude that we now have, I believe we can actually do those types of quests now.
That's definitely good to hear.
We are definitely not taking on a rock.
I think we
Still.
can rock now.
We probably could, but I don't want to get dropped from 400 feet in the air.
If they solved that rock problem.
Well, okay then. Let us start from the top a little bit. How does your party feel on a scale of 1 to 7 about Slayer quests, fighting powerful monsters, or clearing deads?
7.
Yeah.
Volred, you're not down here. You don't get a say.
I didn't say anything.
That's how I look at you.
And on a scale of 1 to 7, how does your party feel about escort or transportation quests?
Wait, so I gotta sleep with somebody and take someone?
Gotta take them home.
No, that would be like delivering items or protecting individuals as they deliver items.
Problem with those is generally the people you're trying to protect are idiots.
Please keep your answers between 1 and 7.
4.
Thank you.
One. It's all Caleb. I mean, technically, you don't have a good track record with that because y'all got arrested for that last night.
We didn't do it. That wasn't us, though. We could be really good. We don't know. I'm going to say 3.
3 and 4. Okay, I'll go 5.
Very good.
I don't. Is it?
How, on a scale of 1 to 7, does your party feel about research quests?
1.
Gathering the information. Okay, you were very quick on that one.
Really depends on the type of research,
Just the one dude.
because if it is gathering intel, such as reading through books, probably not. For this particular group. Me personally, yes. But nobody else. But if it is...
So on a scale between 1 and 7, how
it a
would
2.
you rank
A
it?
2.
A solid 2. Solid 2.
Like, normally a 1, but Kayla makes it a 2.
A 2?
2.
2, 2, 2. And bless you.
Okay. Thank you. Alright, I have some basic information here. Let's see. On a scale of 1 to 7, how does your party feel about exploration quests? Delving ruins, mapping territories that are previously unknown, or other such things.
Probably a 4 right in the middle.
So bump it up to a 5.
And before it was probably like a 2 or 3, but I'd say a 4 or 5 now.
Can we do 4.5?
I suppose technically that lies between 1 and 7, and I wasn't specific about decimals. So sure, we'll call it 4.5. Okay, now that I have some information, it seems your group particularly likes slaying monsters. What else does an adventurer do, really? Exploration, again, one of the other great pillars of adventuring, and only slightly less so, escort quests, and then you don't like books. Again, probably pretty standard for adventurers. So, now, when it comes to rewards, do you prefer rewards of tangible value, such as items, money and gems, things of that nature? Or do you prefer rewards of social value? Perhaps good graces, words of encouragement, or letters of writ from important people, relationships, that sort of thing.
Probably
would
the
say-
monetary value first.
I would say 70-30. 70% monetary value, the rest.
Yo, you
social
got to be
standing.
careful with that though. It's more like a 40 and 30 with him because he likes to go from 1 to 7. Probably more like 50-20.
I suppose I am trying to get a sense of, is money your only real, tangible motivator? Or are there other forms of compensation that you also are looking for?
I put it at money is a necessary evil that we have to trade in, but the benefits of social environments are much less esoteric.
Yeah.
I see. So, would it be fair to say your party is looking for a nice mix of the two?
Long as the bills get paid.
I see. Well, that is good information then. Are there any dream jobs that you would like to have? Real adventurer bucket list type things?
There was a tournament I wanted to enter and win. That's more of a personal thing. I haven't killed a dragon before. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you looking at me?
Yeah.
If you have some bucket list items.
I would like one of those escort jobs, but like the actual escorting, you know, where we get to like bang a little and then take them wherever they need to go.
Good to know.
Or we could rescue
job-
one. We could rescue one from someplace, then bang them, and then bring them back. That's kind of like another. That's a good. Because that's fighting, escorting, and what's the other thing? Transport.
Pyramid
see.
of adventuring right there.
I will let you know if such an adventure comes up.
Yeah, if you ever find one spot from like Twin Peaks, yes. It's the dual mountains off to the south.
Let's see then. Based on the information I have from you, the party, I seem to think we have some good basis that we can go from. So, couple things. I believe top of mind is going to be the imposter in this quest, yes?
Yeah, any new information would be great.
Of course. Let's discuss that one first then. And Mandrazap kind of pulls out a sheet. It's kind of a long one, and he kind of slides it over, and it's got like a wanted poster, and you see rough sketches of individuals that you assume are supposed to be your party. And yeah, I guess they could roughly match.
We had a goblin
Maybe.
in ours. This isn't even right.
Yep. And then this guy's like not a goblin. He's got a kobold in the party.
Oh, alright, we had a kobold for a while too.
So Gobold. So instead of a Gorback, you have
Mizak's in
a
there.
Mizak.
Ah,
You know?
shit, Mizak's doing it. It's all him. Or
What?
Ziggle.
So he kind of sits there and goes, "Well, here we go. This is the party that you are looking for. The guild has put out an official boundary. 500 gold pieces to bring back their corpses. So, if you are able to recover any of the stolen goods, which, let's be honest, probably not going to happen, but just in case, then you can get 15% of the value of whatever you recover. The last known whereabouts, as probably have been told to you, were along the tradeway between Abaddon and Asterin. So, hopefully, that helps you out. You can travel to Abaddon and the local branch there to get some more information, and such as speaking with some more eyewitnesses. In case you have different questions than what the guild may have asked. Now, I do have 2 other jobs that I think are right up your alley. I do actually have a job from the area about a town westward in the same area that you will be traveling that has seen dragon attacks along the coast. And a conglomeration of merchants guilds have put up a hefty bounty in order to see the dragon destroyed. And, hopefully, their lair plundered and their goods returned. Does this interest you?
I mean, I
Caleb's
love
good.
a dragon.
Caleb's gonna side eye look at Izal and see she's bouncing off her feet but not wanting to say anything.
I want to fight a dragon.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll accept it.
Very well. So, you can. And he kind of
Face
takes...
is like, I dare you. You volunteered me
He's
for
like,
shit.
bro, it's like, I almost just died again for a second time. Let's not make it a third.
Just don't get hit by the breath attack and you'll be fine.
Very well. And he kind of slides over this form after kind of stamping it. And you see, of kind of in big bold letters, 5,000 gold pieces bounty. It also, has some fine print on there about, some rules regarding taking stuff from a dragon's hoard. All of that to be worked out. Good. There is another job based on your preference for undead things that I think might interest you. I have another job where a town is being beset by some sort of sickness, and when individuals perish from this sickness, they are rising as corpse creatures. Eh? Undead. Yes. They are hoping that someone might be able to investigate the source of this corruption and put to death any undead, as well as the source that is causing them to return as undead. Does this interest you?
Caleb will pat Yadri on the back. You can say it.
Yeah, I want to fucking kill some skulls, bro. Let's go.
Where's that one located?
Well, that one is actually located a little farther east than where you're going. It is off the road between Abaddon and Night Harbor.
Well, that's three of them.
What's the price?
Very good. Well, that one is in a smaller hamlet, but I will say that even though the local villagers have only managed to collect 100 gold for this, one of the local knights' orders has also agreed to provide funds and assistance should the source of the corruption be more serious in nature.
Okay. I'm perfectly fine taking this job.
Should probably go tell Volren.
Very good. So, it would seem you have 3 adventures, and I think I'm doing fairly good for our first meeting, if I do say so myself.
Yep, you certainly are. Mondrazath?
Mandrazath, yes.
Ooh.
So, that is all sounding very good. Naturally, as we get to know each other a little bit more, I'll be able to further curate some jobs for you. In fact, I may reach out for potential other jobs if something comes up in an area that you're already located, just in case you'd like to cross that off from the list while you're in the area. Oh, yes, amenities. And he kind of hands over like a pamphlet. This is a list of services that the guild can offer in case you need them. Just making sure that you are getting the full benefits of your membership.
Thank you.
So, anything else?
Well, we got some thinking and some planning to do. We'll reach out to you if we have any questions in short time.
Excellent.
Oh,
Also,
we're good.
He kind of pulls out another sheet of paper, starts scribbling. This is a temporary agency in case you need to hire some attendants for your manor while you are away.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he kind of reaches down, pulls up the stuff, slides it back under his shoulder, stands. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I am very glad you are not fraudsters and thieves.
So are we. I get
Exactly.
up and I show him to the door.
Okay.
Bye,
And
Manny.
he departs and is just kind of waving at you guys. Don't forget, call me if you need anything.
And close the door.
You see Yandre get really excited and then run back to Volred's room. Hey, yo, Red! We got 3 jobs!
We gonna fight a dragon. We gonna fight some zombies.
Fight a dragon, bro! Well, not the one that just came here. It's another one. Well, I hope he's not gonna be mad about that. But yo, we get to do dragons, some zombies, and we get to fight and fuck up those people who kept taking your name and stuff. Red! He's like sitting on the outside of the door.
You just hear a muffled, "Very cool, thanks."
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do before we wrap up here?
I got nothing
I
on
think
now.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, guys. We'll go ahead and call it here for session or chapter 78. I believe we have a bye week next week where we have personal shit to do. But we will be back the following Tuesday. Yeah. For chapter 79. And we slowly keep adding on to this little story. And then I guess you guys are going to see Abaddon for the first time. Maybe move towards fighting a dragon. Who knows? It's all very, very fun.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye, everyone. Good night.
Bye.